6 chill, fool, for real, for real.
Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. I woke up from my arrest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah, 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 Judah. Judah, 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 Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to the Israelite School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. We are located at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, 77071. Our class times are Monday, Wednesday from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., Friday 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., and Sabbath morning class is from 10 till 2 or till. We have another school located out in Virginia, that 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class times are Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And their Sabbath class is the same time as ours. The other location that we have is in San Antonio, Texas. That 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. And their class times are Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7:30 to 10. And the Sabbath morning class is the same as ours. So stay tuned. Lots of classes. There's no reason to ever be able to say you didn't get fed this week. Lots of schools, classes 7 days a week. You know, classes for the kids on Sundays. You know, we got classes for adults, working on the spirit, healing the men and women of Israel, uniting Israel. So join us for all of our classes, pre-recorded and live classes. Upcoming feast, you know what it is. It's the Super Bowl, the Israelite Super Bowl. Let's get it. Passover. So that's Passover is going to be April 4th. So if you have not RSVP'd, get that in. We're trying to get that head count solidified. So get it in. Get your +1s, your +2s, your +3s in. So we know what we're dealing with. And we're still accepting offerings for the lamb. Trying to get the whole Passover shebang going. If you haven't got your garments in, your garment money in, get your garment money in. Cutoff time is like right around the corner here.
Like tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Well, get your money in. They've already started ordering the materials. We need y'all to start getting that money in now. You don't have to do it all at once, but whatever you can do. If your garment's 300 or 200, 50 a week, whatever you can do, but we need y'all to start getting that money in for the garment. For the Passover lamb, we got to get about 3,600, rough estimate. I got about 700 so far. So the water to everybody that's been given towards that. There's a few brothers in here that's given, a few brothers online. So we're asking, 150 a family. If you can't do the 150, don't lose your mind. Don't lose your I can't. I'm not gonna show up. Whatever you can give towards it, just do what you can. We understand you got to get travel, garment, and then land. Do what you can, whatever little bit you can. If you plan on doing taxes and things like that, just don't forget about the school is what we ask. All right. Whatever you give, just make sure you let us know what it's for. That way we could put it towards that.
Con. Mm-hmm. So with that being said,
Oh, is that it?
No, sir. Moving on. We have Blog Talk Radio, hosted by Priest Mashaba, and that's pretty much every day. So check them out. Very good shows, very good teachers on there. It's not just Mashaba. It's Tazapah, Banabad, Nagaya, and a wide variety of teachers. We also have other YouTube channels that we'd like to ask you to like, share, and subscribe. The Hidden Truth, the Israelite Media Corps, the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, of course, the San Antonio channel, the Houston channel, and the Virginia channel. You know, these are all very good avenues to get yourself taught and to teach others. You understand that even sisters, you might not be in the ministry quite as strong as some brothers are, but you can still send a link. Someone has a question, or you end up getting a conversation with another sister, or even if a random brother or a family member, shoot them a link to a class. There's lots of topics on all these classes and all these channels. I can almost guarantee you, if you don't find it on one channel, you'll find it on another channel. And you shoot them a link to that channel, and they can be edified. Instead of just giving them like a couple of random scriptures, let it all be broken down so that there's no way that they can doubt what's coming out. Because a lot of times what happens is you can give a scripture, and they might have a little scriptural knowledge, and then they'll throw something back. Well, but what about this? And then you might be stumped after that because you only have one scripture in the chamber. You give them a class. There's no way every angle of the thought process will get hit in the class. So then they don't have nothing to say. There's no rebuttal. Like the way Kazak answers questions, the way Quatazop answers questions, Thahawam, they answer them so thorough that before the question even pops up, it's answered. So it's a very good tool to shoot them these classes. We have kids class live on Sundays. So if you got small kids, 12 and under, get them involved with class. It's very good for the kids. It gets them engaged, it gets them introduced into the word. Because the kids might not cleave to it as much as an adult would, knowing the experience that you've had and things that you've been through. But what the kids class do, it introduces them to the word on their level. And it gets them kind of familiar with the word. So as they grow up, they'll just continue to increase in their wisdom. So kids class on Sundays, 1 p.m. Israel's not taking orders, right?
No, they should be done, right?
So what they're doing is they're still they'll send a quote, but starting March 4th, no orders will be until May the 1st. Okay,
so starting March 1st, which is pretty much Monday, there's no more orders from Israelware will be accepted.
Well, no, you put in an order. They'll send you a quote. They'll get to it by May the 1st. So you can still send your orders in. They just won't get to it, obviously, because we got about 38 garments to do for Passover.
So they're not doing. They're accepting the orders, but they're not going to be working on them until after.
Right. So May the 1st. Yep.
There it is, the official word. So here in Houston, we have the Hebrew Academy. We do that every Tuesday. In Virginia, they do it every Wednesday. So Hebrew Academy, we teach brothers how to march, facing motions, how to break down scriptures. We teach brothers breakdowns, order and discipline on how to grow, and the standard of being a man in Israel. And not just being a forever student, but making the transition to being a teacher. So if you're not in the Hebrew Academy, get with it. If you're not in Houston or surrounding areas, please hit us up and we'll send you the link on how you can be a part of the Hebrew Academy. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazop at 303-557-8255. 8979. And please text only during class. If you're going to text during class, please be respectful. If you're texting about what's going on, a question of what's going on in class, please be respectful. Don't be belligerent, argumentative. If you want to learn, come to learn. If you come to teach, start your own channel. We have a business. It's called Sweet Ambiance, where you get your aromatherapeutic oils, your body oils, your bath salts, your lotions, your soaps. When it comes to smelling good, you name it, we got you covered at Sweet Ambiance. So it's like our slogan. Everyone should smell as good as we do. So check us out, sweetambiance.com. And everything that you buy and purchase from Sweet Ambiance, it helps support the school. So you're getting something and you're also supporting the school at the same time. You're getting a very good quality product. Like this brother in the front row, he got his Sweet Ambiance on deck, sitting on the desk. So check us out, Sweet Ambiance. If you want to send any donations, whether it be for the lamb, Passover, or the school, whatever you want to send any donations for, alms or offerings, you can put that in the Wells Fargo account, or you can Zelle it. Just make sure whatever you want the money to go towards, just type in what you want it to go towards, so the priest can put it towards what you want it to go towards. We are in need of supplies, pens, books, papers, apocryphers, dictionaries. So we just got a few new apocryphers, which is nice. But yeah, keep sending it in. It's not just our school; it's all the schools that needs these supplies. If you got it to give, send it in. Hit up Priest Quatazab, and he'll give you a good address where you can send these items, whether it's the pens, the highlighters, the notebooks, apocryphers, the Bibles, dictionaries. We're trying to develop a school library, so if you want to send in some good history books, the more the merrier. All right, and that's it for the announcements. And you know how we do on the Shabbat, except these morning prayers. So, I Mariam, Hanyawa, Yerah Shalom. Feel like you're sitting down too long?
Huh?
You just feel like you're sitting down too long?
Something like that.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathan Lalawa.
Nathan Lalawa.
Award.
Award.
Zayawum.
Zayawum.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see. Thank you. So be it.
And the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. By Hashem Yahushai, Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven." Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Nathan Lalawa.
Nathan Lalawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Na'achaka.
Na'achaka.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thank you. So be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. And also the scriptures say, "Let my prayer be set before the Most High as an incense."
Well, that's right.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ha'awa'ah.
Ha'awa'ah.
Latananawim.
Letananawim.
Ha'Shabbat.
Ha'Shabbat.
Ba'Shalom.
Ba'Shalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, and name Yahweh Shai that gives us a Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Aina Shah.
Aina Shah.
Ayam Yam Ya.
Ayam Yam Ya.
Al Aharyam.
Al Aharyam.
Na'aya.
Na'aya.
Yabawa'ah.
Yabawa'ah.
Isaiah.
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 Yabawa'ah.
Yabawa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Lanathan.
Lanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shasha Wamar.
Shasha Wamar.
Yasha'ala.
Yasha'ala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Al.
Al.
Yum Yum Yad.
Yum Yum Yad.
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 Hashemash.
Hashemash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawum.
Bayawum.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemaria.
Yashemaria.
Makol Rai.
Makol Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wawa'aya.
Wawa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Amen. This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not hide thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tamyad.
Tamyad.
Aman.
Amen.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allahaya Nawa.
Yahweh Allahaya.
Yahweh Chad.
Yahweh Chad.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allahaya Nawa.
Yahweh Allahaya.
Yahweh Chad.
Yahweh Chad.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allahaya Nawa.
Yahweh Allahaya.
Yahweh Chad.
Yahweh Chad.
Let's hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Haya.
Haya.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malak with Ka.
Malak with Ka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka.
Haya.
Haya.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ba'aratazah.
Ba'aratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Haya.
Haya.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nathanawa.
Nathanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Ko.
Ko.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalak Nawa.
Wasalak Nawa.
Kabawat Nawa.
Kabawat Nawa.
Kasalak Nawa.
Kasalak Nawa.
Kabawat Yenawa.
Kabawat Yinawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabiyanawa.
Tabiyanawa.
Banasai 1.
Banasai 1.
Abo.
Abo.
Habashai Nawa.
Habashai Nawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Ra.
Ra.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Watapara.
Watapara.
La'aiwa Lamyam.
La'aiwa Lamyam.
Aman.
Amen. This is Matthew 6 and 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth that is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as you forgive our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Aman. Ha.
Ha.
Aishara.
Aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
Number 1. La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Aharyim.
Aharyim.
Alpanya.
Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Ta'aisha.
Ta'aisha.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasal.
Pasal.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Ta'abadam.
Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images, nor serve them.
3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Talakwak at.
Talakwak at.
Shem.
Shem.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain.
4. Zakor,
Zakor,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
Lakwadashwa.
Lakodashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
5. Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Amaka,
Wa Amaka.
Amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
6. La'a,
La'a,
Taratazak.
Taratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
7. La'a,
La'a,
Tana'ap.
Tana'ap,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
8. La'a,
La'a,
Takanab.
Takanab,
Thou shalt not steal.
9. La'a,
La'a,
Ta'ina,
Ta'ina,
Shakur.
Shakor,
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
10. La'a,
La'a,
Lachamad,
Lachamad,
Ko,
Ko,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika,
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahushua.
Bashum Yahushai,
The water,
the water,
Tam Yad,
Yad,
Aman.
Aman.
Nashabium, which means to be seated.
Yeshabium.
Yeshabium, which means to be seated.
Ah, you can leave it. Let it burn, let it burn. Gotta let it burn. Nah, you can leave it. No, not last week. And furnish the temple, as well as the different utensils that were going to be needed and built for the service of the Most High. All right, so we went through that in Exodus. Then we jumped over to 2 Samuel, right, 15, dealing with Saul, right, and his it was all about, you know, what we read about last week was all about being obedient to instructions and giving the correct, you know, being able to take instruction like Moses, and then being able to take those same instructions. You know what we didn't do? We said we were going to do it. We didn't play our game of telephone during Purim.
Oh, man, you're right.
Man, that would have been, yeah, we got so caught up in just everything else. We didn't play our game of telephone to test our skills, but, you know, to be able to deliver instruction, receive instruction, and keep the instructions the way you got them. Paul said it best. Keep the ordinances the way they were delivered unto you. Right? So that's, you know, that's what we went over. That's the type of brothers, men that we're trying to build. Is detail-orientated men that know how to follow, and women. It ain't just men. I mean, when you see these luxurious garments that brothers is making, or brothers are wearing, brothers ain't making them. But these luxurious Issacharite detailed garments, it just, man, all types of filth on it that these sisters are putting together is crazy. But their attention to detail, being meticulous, you know, these qualities aren't just built overnight, but they are qualities that, if you consider yourself an Israelite, you gotta have.
God.
Because the devil's in the details. They tell you that in the world.
That's right.
So, and not in a good way. He's not in he's in the details, knowing that us being Israelites is gonna be lazy and not check the detail. So we have to be more detail orientated, more meticulous, more on top of ourselves, more detailed in the way we, you know, construct our lives. Because really, when you look at that temple, when you look at that Ark of the Covenant, you know, remember, those were physical things of something symbolic in the spirit. So I always say it. Look at your life as the spiritual Ark of the Covenant, or a spiritual temple. It says you are the temple of the Most High. So how are you building your temple? How are you building yourself from the feet up to the head? What are you putting inside the temple to keep it flourishing? Through much slothfulness, the building falleth through. Are you being slothful with yourself? It's all these things that are to be considered. And, you know, those are some of the things we touched on last week. So I think we're going to go more into some more building, right? Where we at? Exodus what?
Exodus 27.
27, right? And what verse?
Verse 20, which is the last verse of that chapter. Then we
Right. So this is going to go into. This is going to go into the garments, the priest's garments, and the meticulous detail that the Most High wanted for the priest's garments. They couldn't just wear anything. You couldn't just show up in there in some shorts and a
Flip-flops.
t-shirt, flip-flops, talking about I'm ready to serve the Lord or I'm ready to do the service of the Most High. Hell nah. He's going to cut all that away and give a pattern of what he wanted the priest to wear. So brothers need to pay attention and be detailed and watch. And this is what you're gonna look at. This is the dress code.
Yes, sir.
We're not supposed to carry ourselves any old way. Pants sagging off. Things too tight on us. Things showing off your curvature. There was even the men had a modesty about the way they dress. It was masculine. But when I say modest, it didn't. You know how the men are dressing today, with the joggers so tight, they got a camel toe. The men I'm talking about.
Con.
Yeah, male camel toe. Nah, bro. There ain't no modesty behind that, and that's not masculine either.
Gone.
That's homosexual.
Gone.
So the Most High, he gave us a pattern of a garment, what he wanted us to look like as Israelite men. So we're going to go through that, and we're going to go in Isaiah, more about the temple, and then we're going to read in 2nd Ezra. Shalom. Emery, doing good. Hopefully you're doing good, brother. Shalom. Commandment number 1 say, you shall not have other power before me. So that goes into pagan holidays. Shalom. Anything that you put up and worship above the Most High can be a god.
Gone.
If I give enough credit to this microphone, it could be my god. Or this bottle of water, or these markers. If you bow to it, like our people bow to holidays, then that's their god. Yes, Christmas is our people's god. Christianity, Easter, New Year's. So anything you put above the Most High, that is considered you worshiping that thing. All right. Around the end of the year, I took the trip to. Listen, I'm gonna just answer this real quick. He said Emery said he went to Ghana. Are those people part of the 12 tribes? Israel is scattered throughout the 4 corners of the earth.
That's right.
So we have Israelites in Ghana, in the Congo. We have Israelites in South Africa. We have Israelites in Morocco. We have Israelites in Egypt. We have Israelites in Assyria. Remember, when we left Israel and went into Africa, we migrated to the west coast of Africa, from the east coast to the west coast. Did we all synonymously just all walk in one path, in one direction to the west coast of Africa? No. We do what Negroes do. We scattered. We dispersed, and we went all across that continent. So there are Israelites all over the continent of Africa, in all 51 countries. 53 countries, right? 53 countries in Africa? We're dispersed throughout the entire 4 corners of the earth. There's an Israelite on every continent. Antarctica, yeah, there's an Israelite there. Alaska, yeah, there's Israelites there. North America, South America, there's Israelites. Africa, Asia, Eurasia, Britain, Scotland, Ireland, you name it, Israelites are there. Okay? So, don't get confused. Every single African you see ain't a Hamite because they came from that land. That means that we're all just Americans, if that's the case. If that's the thing. If they looked at us the way we look at them, they're all just Americans. Right? Right. So, we are scattered not just in one part of Africa, throughout all of Africa. At one time, the whole upper part of Africa was called Judah land. The whole upper North Africa was called Judah land. So, if that, remember, we're scattered. 4 corners. Isaiah 11:11 tells us that we're going to be coming from all 4 corners of the earth, along with a few other scriptures that let us know that. All right? Damn, thumbs down already, huh? Oh, yeah. They're already hitting you with the thumbs down, Shadat.
Nice. Kumbia Shala.
Right? Yeah, you got to get that, we always talk about
Gotta be
it.
diverse.
You got to get that thumbs down. Actually, give us more thumbs downs.
Yeah.
Part of the algorithm.
The more thumbs down you give us, yeah, it's part of the algorithm. The more it gets out. You can't always be liked. So everybody give us a thumbs down. No, I'm playing. Anyway, let's bring up the first reader. Anybody that's new online, if you haven't watched our the Sabbath class, the Sabbath reading is broken into 7 portions or 7 readers. Each reader comes up, states his name, his registry, the tribe that he's from. He says it in Hebrew. He salutes us. We salute him back in Hebrew, like the scriptures say. And then he'll read his portion, and then the next reader comes up. All right? So with that, first reader. All right?
Elijah, Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ban Yashala, Mil Israel, I'm Mario. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
You gotta show him. He's like this, like that, like this. Yeah, no skinny jeans. Right?
No Antonio Banderas.
Nah, no Enrique Iglesias.
With fringes? With fringes on?
Nah, it don't look right. He's wearing super tight butt huggers,
With fringes?
and then you got they're so tight you can't even fringe them.
Oh, gosh.
Ooh.
That don't even sound right.
You might need to fringe them to get some cut them seams out to get some looseness.
Breathe?
Yeah, you got some brothers that they still on that worldly tip. Not in here. I've seen it online. I've seen brothers with like the super skinny, still sagging pants. You can't sag and be an Israelite. It doesn't. Those two things are not synonymous with one another. Sagging and Israel. No. Either you're gonna be a worldly person or you're gonna be an Israelite. With a standard. An Israelite's a person that has standard. Everything we read in the Old Testament was about a standard. Abraham, his standard. Isaac, Jacob, Moses, the standard that the Most High gave him for the people. And really, whoever didn't keep the standard was what?
Moved out of the way.
It was moved out the way, right? Esau, he didn't keep a standard. Guess what? He wasn't going to be the chosen.
God.
You look at all the righteous line, they kept a standard. Cain, he didn't keep the standard. Guess what? If thou doest good, will thou not be accepted? So everything we're reading is about a standard for how the men, the women, and the children were supposed to carry themselves. It's really as simple as that.
God.
So where we at?
Exodus chapter 27 and verse 20. And thou shalt command the children of Israel that they bring thee pure oil, olive, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the congregation, without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before the Lord. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations, and the behalf of the children of Israel. Exodus chapter 28 and verse 1. And take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother, and his sons with him from among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu.
Abihu's.
Abihu.
Yeah, Nadab, Abihu, go ahead.
Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons, and thou shalt make holy garments for Aaron thy brother, for glory and for beauty, and thou shalt speak unto all that are wise hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garment to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, and they are the garments which they shall make a breastplate and an
Ephod.
And a robe and a what's that word?
And a broidered coat.
A mitre, and a girdle, and they shall make holy garments for Aaron thy brother and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's house, in the priest's office.
Right. So he said he was going to choose who was going to make these garments based on the level of wisdom.
God.
So think about it. You have to be why did it have to be wisdom to be able to? Man, it's just sewing, right? You would think like, what's so hard about that? It's just throwing together some linen, sewing it up together, a couple of studs here and there, right? That's how the carnal mind thinks. You know, when we have, because we have a sewing department here at the schools, right? The sisters,
God.
they'll get together, 2 times a week for garments, right? Coming up, they're going to be getting together every single day for garments because of these Passover garments. But if they approach that office like, it's just sewing, I'm just here to sew, the part about the spiritual aspect is missed. The part about communication, the part about unity, the part about being able to follow orders.
God.
Some sisters already know how to sew, right? But it's not about do you know how to sew or not. It's can you sew the way you're being shown to sew, and can you sew the way you're being taught and what to sew. See, that's the difference. You may come in with the know-how, which is good, right? Yep. That makes it one little step easier. But see, wisdom is going to let you be able to be instructed. Wisdom is going to let you be able to sit back and have someone walk you through what you don't know.
Like, you're not going to try to take your own creative liberties,
right?
And go outside the specs and do your own thing. I think it'd look better if it was like this.
Yeah, my unity garment is going to look different than all the other unity garments. Like, then it's not a unity garment. Well, how come I can't add extra studs for my husband? I love him. Well, because it's a unity garment. And they all look the same. No matter what rank, no matter what, they all look the same. Right? Unless it's a unity garment and there's a different design according to rank, but for the most part, even that's still unified and it's still uniformed. So a sister can't take it up on herself to say, well, you know what? When nobody's looking, I'm gonna add 4 extra studs on because that's how I think it's gonna look better. The wisdom is about, again, going back to what we read about last week. How do I stay obedient to what I'm being shown? Same thing with the brothers. Same thing. There's going to be a lot of things that we do that brothers are going to come in and already have the know-how on how to do it. But how to do it in Israel, that's different. You know why it's different? Because everything is attached to the spirit. Right? Think about how many kiosks are in the mall. There's a bunch of kiosks in the mall. But how many of them are whipping out the Bible in the middle of the mall when a brother got demons on him at the cart? When the cat just want to sit there with his head down, with his headphones on, and let all the people walk by, and his boss come up, what does he do? You're fired. Get up, right?
Yeah.
What does Israel do? Okay, Ak, what's your problem?
What's your problem?
Okay, well, let's go through the. Oh, you feeling slothful? Okay, well, let's go here. Oh, you feeling angry? Oh, let's go here. Oh, you sad? You nervous? You scared? Oh, let's go here. There's a spiritual aspect attached to these things, and wisdom is going to show you that. You see that? It's not just about, oh, garments, oh, sewing, oh, building, oh, the Ark of the Covenant, oh, the temple. Where is the spiritual side? Yeah, please. And this is what a lot of our people missed out on, even in these things, but that's why he said, verse 3, and thou shalt speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him. Verse 3 is very important. So it wasn't no rinky dink. Just because you thought you could sew didn't mean you was invited. You see that? Well, I can sew good. Well, can you take orders? Can you follow instruction? Can you take constructive criticism? Are you flexible in teaching moments? It's all these things that make one wise. So it wasn't just about the sewing part, or I can be a good carpenter part, or I know how to dye ram skins red part. It was, if you did it wrong, can somebody show you that you did it wrong and you wouldn't get in your damn feelings? You see that? Because Israel loves to get in their feelings, man, about every little thing. Brother could be walking right to his deathbed, and you're like, bro, you walking to your deathbed. Why you telling me something? Let me walk. Okay. Come on. Let you walk then. And then when they get caught up, man, why didn't you say something? I was trying, but you was mad at the way I was criticizing that you was walking the wrong way. So I backed up. Mm-hmm. That's always the thing with Israel, man. Anyway, go ahead, read on.
Verse 5. And they shall take gold and blue and purple and scarlet of fine linen, and they shall make the ephod of gold, of blue, and of purple, of scarlet, and fine twin linen with cooning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the curious girdle of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twin linen.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt take two. What is that word?
What verse you at?
Verse 9.
Oh, onyx. Yep.
Onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth, with the work of an engraver in stone, like the engraver of a signet, shalt thou engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Israel. Thou shalt make them to be set in ouches of gold, and thou shalt put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before the Lord upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial.
Right, so again, more detail. Right? You're going to get 2 onyx stones, not 2 diamonds, not 2 stones that is just there. I'm going to get 2 limestones. No. Onyx stones are the black stones, right? So, they had to be a good size for him to engrave 6 tribes on one side, 6 tribes on the other, right? So they have to be a good enough size. I'm thinking, shoulder size, some big stones to be able to engrave the names of Israel on them.
Nice.
Yeah.
and then basically put them in a setting of gold so they didn't move. And that was attached to the garment. So Aaron wore these around. Like it was a symbolic. You're going to bear the children on your shoulders.
Ooh.
You see that?
Gone.
You're going to bear them on your shoulders.
All of them, not just one tribe, not just the northern tribe, not just the southern tribe.
All 12 tribes. You're going to be responsible for. Right? Consecrating them from their sins and those different things. Right? So, more detail. More of a man couldn't get in his feelings because the stones weren't the right size, but he wanted to use a certain type of stone. Oh, no, that's wrong. Let's do it again. Oh, no, you didn't do that right. Let's do it again.
Gone.
Or just do it right the first time. Go ahead.
You know what I like about this too, especially how it has the names. And even when we get to the ephod, it kept the priest in the mindset of thinking about the nation. Mm-hmm. The priest couldn't just be thinking about what he had going on in his household. He couldn't be thinking about what was going on with his kids, his children, his living situation. Whenever he walked in and he had the garment on, he got Israel on his shoulders, on his chest. He got to think and consider the whole nation. He got to sanctify and consecrate himself just to go into the temple. He was bearing the burden of Israel, not for selfish means. So when you look at the detail that went into this garment, and then the engravings, you got to sit back. All those that are inspiring to be future leaders and priests, do you consider Israel in your life? Is when you put on your garments, when you wake up and send up your prayers in the morning, are you considering Israel, or are you considering your own situation? Do you bear the burden of the nation? Are you looking for the betterment of the nation, or do you just want to come up yourself? So, you got to consider this, because being a priest wasn't no run-of-the-mill thing. It wasn't just like a 9 to 5. It wasn't just, me, myself, and I type of job. It was about Israel. It was a selfless work. And the reward wasn't monetary. The reward wasn't always just in front of your face. Even when it comes to the priesthood here, back in this time, the Levites. The Levites didn't get nothing, right? He said they had no portion. The Lord is their portion. Think about the priests nowadays. It's like brothers got to consider more what's good for the body over what's good for themselves. Because something might be uncomfortable for a brother personally, but then is that good for the body? Even though me being uncomfortable, would that benefit the body? So that's why I like this. I like this section right here, just going into the garments on how he has Israel on him.
Can I read something?
Yes, sir.
This is Judith. We always go here. One of my favorites, Judith 8:24. Judith 8:24. Quickly.
Judith, chapter 8, verse 24.
Go ahead.
Now therefore, O brethren, let us show an example to our brethren.
Right. It's like he said, when you throw on that garment, you're that example. What does it represent when you walking through the grocery store and a person sees the menorah? It doesn't matter what camp. It doesn't matter what school, but when they see the fringes in the menorah, they know automatically what? This person knows that they're an Israelite. Mm-hmm. Right? And then the whole what camp you from, blah, 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 blah comes in later, but they see, this person may have a higher standard of living than the normal black and Hispanic male walking through the streets sagging. Or he's supposed to. Right? He's supposed to. She's supposed to. Oh, she's an Israelite. Oh, okay. So she should have a higher standard of conducting herself in public, in private, her standards should be a little bit higher than the normal run-of-the-mill black or Hispanic woman. The normal Cardi B, the normal Beyonce type chick. You see that? So when you represent yourself, you got to remember the example. When you walk around with them garments, that's, and more and more I go out with my little hoodie on and, oh man, where y'all located? Yeah. I met a cat in the Kroger 2 days ago. No, it was yesterday. What was yesterday?
Friday.
It was 2 days ago. And he looked, he was like, you would ISUBK? And I was like, nah, we're ISBHPK over there on Brazeman and Gessner. He's like, man, I moved to Houston 12 years ago. You're from Trinidad. I remember watching these brothers on TV, and one of the brothers, man, he was very articulate in the way he taught, and he looked like a Puerto Rican brother. And I was like, oh, you talking about Priest Kazakia? And he was like, man, I don't remember his name. And I showed him the picture. He was like, oh, that's him.
Yeah.
He remembered Kazak from all the cable shows 12 years ago.
Yeah.
But now, what do I represent? Well, I represent Kazakia. And all that teaching.
God.
And all that standard. So if I'm running through the streets like a damn monkey, guess what I tear down? I tear down the standard and the name that was built before I came. You see what I'm saying? And that's what y'all brothers sitting in these seats got to remember. All that drinking and partying and hanging out and arguing and contention. Listen, you represent the school. When you're running around with the ISBHBK, right? You represent the school on an outward, oh, they're part of that school. Mm-hmm. But all that foolishness and folly don't represent us. All the drinking, that ain't what we do all the time. All the partying and hanging out and slaughter, that don't represent me. Right? So remember, you're gonna make a name for yourself, but you can also harm others around you. Or you can make others around you look good too. Like, damn, oh, you part of that school? That's how y'all move? If he moves like that, then they all gotta move like that. Don't it say guilty by association? Don't it say birds of a feather flock together? Right? So if you move in a certain way, they're gonna think we all move like that. Whether good or bad. So brothers gotta remember the example. Go ahead.
Because their hearts depend upon us.
Because what?
Their hearts depend upon us.
Listen, our people depend on us. They depend on our example. They're depending on us to be there in their times of need. They're depending on us to be there, that light. We're at, tell them where you at.
We're at Judith chapter 8, verse 24.
Right, go ahead.
And the sanctuary.
Right.
And the house.
Right.
And the altar.
Come on.
Rest upon us.
They rest upon our shoulders. Man, if you sit in this classroom, you're dependent upon by your nation. Because you're attaining to a different level of a standard, a different level of understanding than what you once had and what they have out there that are not getting the wisdom. So we're all accountable. I don't care what level you are. I don't care, member, trooper, soldier, officer. I don't care if you got here 3 months ago. You're still accountable for the 3 months. You're accountable for the 6 months. You're accountable for the year, the 2 years, the 3 years, the 4 years, the 8 years, the 15 years, the 20 years. You're accountable for the time. I don't care if you're 13, 9, right? 11? Right? I don't care how old you are. If you're sitting here and understanding, then you got to know, okay, I got to carry myself different. I can't be the typical 9-year-old or the typical 13-year-old or 11-year-old. I got to be a little bit different in the way I move and the way I act. I got to deal, we got a lot of young boys in the camp, and we got a lot of young girls in the camp, right? And you young little Thundercats, right? You little young Thundercats got to understand how you move with the young ladies in the camp, and that you're supposed to establish a different level of relationship. You're not in the world no more. If you in that camera watching, you ain't in the world no more. If you in this classroom sitting here, you ain't in the world no more. You're dependent upon to move a different way towards your people. So you can't be on I'm a young playboy. I'm sowing my royal oats.
Nah.
Hell nah. This ain't coming to America, man. You're supposed to be looking at your fathers, your uncles, the men above you, and looking at their standard and saying, okay, how is my daddy dealing with my mama? Or how is Pops dealing with his wife? There's a different standard. And you young boys need to be following that. And not acting like because you see a little, you see another little girl in the camp that you're going to be running wild with her like y'all ain't got no damn training. Mm-hmm. You little young girls in the school. You little fast-ass little girls, right? If you are, I'm talking to the ones that have that mind. You got to change the way you move. You got to change your outlook, and you got to look at your examples and say, wait a minute. How are the elder women? How is my mom? How are the women around me? How are they moving in situations? Y'all are not supposed to be, you little young tweeners.
Yep.
Talking about that's my boyfriend, my girl. Nah, we don't do that. We don't do that. We build relationships, not for just some carnal moment, but you guys are supposed to be establishing friendships. You young kids I'm talking to, you guys are supposed to be establishing respect for each other and friendships with each other, with the other younger kids. And if it grows into something in the future, fine. That's what we want, right? That's what we want. We don't want y'all to go out into the world and find a partner, find a husband or a wife. Hell nah. But if you 11, 12, 13, you ain't looking for no damn wife right now. You could barely wipe your ass. You could barely not have skid marks in your drawers. So your mind got to be on a different level. Your mind got to be on a different level. Stop getting skid marks and then worry about a relationship. But friends, brother, these are your brothers. These are your sisters.
Yeah.
And that's how you got to move towards them. Mm-hmm. Because now your example is going to be looked at. What are y'all supposed to be doing as young men, as young boys? Well, you're supposed to be looking at how the priests move. Because that's where your mind should be at. You're going to be sitting up here one day, not just being a reader, but you're going to be teaching.
God.
But if you got the example from a young age of just being a little dude that just runs around with all the little girls, who's going to follow that example? Somebody will, and you'll destroy people. Somebody will follow that example. That's the problem. Our people love to run to negative, but you'll be known as a hypocrite. You can't teach one thing and do the other. So we have to remember, women, the same thing. I don't care, again, if you've been here 2 weeks. I don't care if you've been here 18 years. The 2 weeks that you've been here, you're liable for. You're going to be held accountable for. So start moving in that different example. Start changing your mind towards what the scriptures say and moving accordingly. Read it one more time.
Judith, chapter 8, verse 24. Mm-hmm. Now therefore, O brethren, let us show an example to our brethren, because their hearts depend upon us.
Yeah, you little young kids ain't supposed to be the same as the other young kids that you go to school with. Or that they're supposed to look at you and say, damn, there's something different about him. There's something different about her. They're supposed to envy you. They're supposed to look at your discipline. They're supposed to look at your consistency, at your respect for your elders. And say, wow, okay, who's teaching him? What's he following? Y'all kids are supposed to be pulling in other kids to the truth. Through just your example. Through your conversation. I know, listen, kids are going to be kids. I'm not saying y'all can't play with y'all Beyblades and little Transformers and little, I'm seeing figurines, you little action figures. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that y'all are very, this generation is very conscious of what's going on through all the social media, through all the phone. Y'all got mad phone apps and 80 tablets. So y'all see what's going on. Y'all see what the world is what's happening in the world. You got to move a different way. And the Bible is telling y'all that you're an example, whether you like it or not. And that's what some of you older brothers got to come to the realization of. You can't just sit around and not expect it to be looked at. Somebody's going to look at you for an example. So you better get in that mode. Be ready to motivate and push people. Because your example is going to be, well, I get to just sit back and not participate. I get to sit back and just be led my whole life. And then that's going to feed that example to other people. So don't be a negative example. Go ahead.
And the sanctuary, and the house, and the altar rest upon us.
Right. Jump back.
Can I get one?
Yep.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 9 and verse 18. Just touching on how you're an example wherever you go. If you claim to be an Israelite, you walk around with the fringe shirt on, border of blue, you know, you're an Israelite. You're claiming to be an Israelite. So are you going to put a stain on the name of the nation? Because someone that don't know about Israelites, all they see is street speaking videos, and they see you faded, high, pants sagging. That's what they're going to think Israelites are about. Oh, that's why they be up there yelling and screaming like that, because they high and drunk. Nah, man, don't put a stain on the name of the nation. Ecclesiastes, in the Bible, chapter 9 and verse 18.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 9, verse 18.
Go ahead.
Wisdom is better than weapons of war.
Read.
But one sinner destroyeth much good.
But one sinner does what?
Destroyeth much good.
And that even goes to the kids. The little boys that want to be the playboys and trying to get up girlfriends in Israel. Come on, man. You think you're going to use up somebody's daughter and then throw her right back into the congregation? Or be secretive? Oh, I got me 5 ribs. And you don't even know what having a rib is about. I got me a husband. Or I'm betrothed. What? Who arranged that? Who set that up? Because at your age, you don't have the wisdom to set it up. You don't know what you're doing. One sinner destroys much good. You start having that playboy, playgirl mindset, you're going to destroy the future of Israel. Because the children, the upcoming generation, is the future.
You're going to destroy the name of your household. More importantly, you're going to make your house look bad. Because you are a representation of your father and your mother.
Definitely.
So you'll bring dishonor to your home, to your house, to your name, to your own name. So we got to be careful, you children. You know, you sit here, you watch these classes, you sit up, you know, you boys, you young men. You sit in these classes, you watch how we move, what's going on. Take heed, because you're held accountable.
Yes, sir.
Was that it?
Yeah, that's it. One sinner destroyed much good. That's the point. One bad apple ruins the bunch. Don't let the good works be evil spoken of. Don't let the hard work that your parents or the leaders, the men and women that were ahead of you, be put to shame through you. You can jump back.
Jump back to Exodus.
Exodus chapter 28 and verse 13.
Right, and we went there showing, you know, the garment that Aaron wore, where he had these 2 onyx stones with the names of Israel.
Con.
So no matter what he was doing, when it concerned the priesthood, if he had these things on, if he looked to one shoulder or looked to the other shoulder, he had to be reminded, wait a minute, I'm doing this for Israel. I represent Israel. I'm the sole representer in the flesh of my people. If I was the last man on earth, I would be the epitome of what an Israelite is supposed to be, what a Hebrew is. Y'all see this?
Sure.
Right. Go ahead.
And thou shalt make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreathen work shalt thou make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And thou shalt make the breastplate of judgment with pruning work, After the work of the ephod, thou shalt make it of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen. Shalt thou make it 4 square? It shall be beam doublet. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof, and thou shalt make in its settings of stones, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a sardius of topaz and of carbuncle. This shall be the first row, and the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a linger, an agate, and
amethyst.
And the fourth row, a beryl, and a onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings, and the stone shall be with the names of the children of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engraving of an signet. Every one with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes.
Right, so each stone represented a tribe. And I think he said to set them in the order of their birth. Right. Yeah, so if you set them in the order of the birth, then you would just match up, Reuben, what was it? Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah. Right, so you do it like that.
Because Judah's 4th.
Right. So each stone represented each tribe, which is dope. I mean, even if you look at these stones, man, these stones are beautiful. These stones were beautiful. You know, the onyx, that real black stone, that's a real dark stone. That beryl, it's like a greenish. You had a diamond. You know, they're all different little colors. They got, man, these are beautiful. And these don't even do justice.
Yeah.
What we had, the level of stones we had back then. You know, these don't even do it justice, man. These are all nice and polished up. We probably had them nice raw stones. He engraved the names in them. Man. So you see the detail. You know, you couldn't. Oh, I made a mistake and I put the onyx, which is supposed to be in the.
You see the shoulders?
Yeah. Oh, that's dope. Like I put the onyx stone, which is in the last row, in the top row. My bad. Well, we just gonna leave it. Nah. You better fix that. You better fix that. Somebody's going to be confused. But it was out of order. Remember, let all things be done decently and in order. The Most High is not the author of confusion. So that's what those 12 stones, they represented each tribe. What verse you at?
Verse 22. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate chains at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold.
Woven work. Oh, wreathen work.
Wreathen work of pure gold. And thou shalt make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shalt put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate, and thou shalt put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate, and the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains thou shalt fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it, and thou shalt make 2 rings of gold, and thou shalt put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate, in the 2 border thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward, and 2 other rings of gold thou shalt make, and shalt put them on the 2 sides of the ephod, underneath toward the forepart thereof, over against the other
What verse you at?
verse 27.
Over against the coupling.
Over against the coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod, and they shall bend the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod, with a lace of blue, that it may be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod.
That's it.
Any questions on that?
Questions?
La? Yeah. All right. Let's go to the next reader.
Jeremiah Shabbat Yahawada, Ban Yashala, Middle of Israel, I'm Mariam. Barak. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakata. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakata.
Boots.
Looks stunning.
Half.
Tight.
Little half.
Tight.
Yeah.
On one foot.
One, right. So I'm walking. Feel my toes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Exodus 28 and verse 29. Yeah.
Exodus chapter 28, verse 29. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Israel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goeth in unto the holy place for a memorial before the Lord continually. And thou shalt put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim,
Yes,
Yep.
come on.
the Urim, and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goeth in before the Lord, and Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Israel upon his heart before the Lord continually. And thou shalt make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be an hole in the top of it, and in the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the whole of a habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it shall make pomegranates
Right.
of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof.
Right. So if you take a pomegranate, sit it on the table and look at it face down, what does it look like?
Pomegranate, it looks like 6 points.
Yeah, it looks like a 6-point star. Or, excuse me, a 6-pointed object.
6-point.
Stars are circular. So,
Made up of gas.
yeah, it looks like a 6-pointed object, what people ignorantly call the Star of David, right? We call it the pomegranate, which is the Most High's favorite fruit. So he told them, listen, when you make these garments, you're going to put blue, purple pomegranates that hang off the ends. They almost acted like fringes off the end, the hem of the garment to make it beautiful. Right? Go ahead.
And bells of gold between them.
Right. So you had a gold bell, purple, blue pomegranate. Gold bell, purple, blue pomegranate. Gold bell. That just went around the hem of the garment.
Ooh.
So when the priest was walking into the temple, he could be heard. And the bell stopped ringing. Oh. Wasn't a good thing when the bells wasn't ringing.
Or you heard like a nice chime, like something crashed.
Yeah, onto the floor. Yeah, no good. They had to drag his ass out by the rope tied to his foot, right? That means that there was some iniquity found in that priest, but it was also, it worked as two ways. Golden bells, it beautified the garment, but it also, if you heard them bells stop, something was wrong. So you was also supposed to hear those bells ringing, man. Right? Go ahead.
A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate upon the hem of the rope round about.
And the reason why I say we ignorantly call it the Star of David, because you don't read that anywhere in the Bible. You can't read anything about a Star of David in the Bible. We know that stars, according to Wisdom of Solomon, they're circular. So this wouldn't be a star, because the stars are circular, right? This would be, if I took this and laid it on top of a pomegranate, it would look just like the top of a pomegranate when it's ripe. That's how you know a pomegranate is ripe. We used to pick them in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Right off the tree, but we would wait for that. When they're on the vine, they're closed up, and those stars are inside of each other. The points, when it falls in, they're inside of each other like this, in this round. When you know that pomegranate is ready, because that boy opens up, and they get flat or they just curl over, but it makes that 6-pointed object. They were ripe. And they will fall off the tree, or you would grab them before the ants got them. But we used to eat them things in Jamaica. We just pull them off the tree. Go ahead, read on.
And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goeth unto the holy place before the Lord, and when he cometh out, that he die not.
I thought somebody's phone was going. Go ahead.
And thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it like the engravings of a signet, holiness to the Lord. And thou shalt put it on a blue base, and it may be upon the mature, upon the forefront of the mature it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things which the children of Israel shall hallow, and all their holy gifts, and it shall be always upon the forehead, that they may be accepted before the Lord. And thou shalt embroider the coat of the fine linen, and thou shalt make the mitre of fine linen, and thou shalt make the girdle of needlework. And for Aaron's sons thou shalt make coats, that thou shalt make for them girdles and bonnets shalt thou make for them for glory and for beauty.
Right, and that word, everyone says it wrong. It's mitre. M-I-T-R-E. It's mitre. That's how you pronounce that whack English word. It don't look like mitre, right? But that's how you pronounce that. Mitre is, sometimes we say mitri, but that's not how you pronounce that. That's not how you pronounce that word. It's mitre, and it's the hat. It's like a, call it a hat. But if you Google mitre, it's
Like,
the
like
Pope.
a turban?
No. The Pope, Pope wears one.
Hold on.
It goes up and it's open at the top.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like shaped,
Mitre.
like a roof a little bit. It's hard to explain, but it's a mitre.
Yeah. I looked it up.
All you gotta do is Google it. Just Google image mitre, M-I-T-R-E. I know it sounds like mitre, but it's not. Remember, English is retarded. The word is pronounced mitre. I know.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, or
Mitre.
mitre. The old word was mitre in English. They put a T on, but it's mitre. When you look that word up, when you look up the M-I-T-R-E, when you Google the image, you'll see it. The popes wear one. It's like a little hat, man. Little cap that's opened up at the top. Because even they knew you couldn't have your damn head covered. Yeah, they got all types of little, I ain't gonna lie, these look dope. But they got the little cross on it. You can put whatever you wanted on it. And thou shalt put a blue lace on, and it may be up on the mitre, and up on the forefront of the mitre it shall be. Right, so the mitre that Aaron wore had a plate of gold on it that said holiness to the Lord. Then it was laced with blue. So listen, these garments, man, were you cats walking around rocking real gold woven into their clothing, and real diamonds woven into their clothing. That was the priest's garment. Aaron and his son's garment. Come on, it's crazy, right?
God.
But that's what the Most High wanted. He said, "Spare no expense. I want these garments to be top notch." Right? Right. So, sisters, we got Passover coming up. You just go ahead and throw that piece of gold. No, I'm playing. Go ahead and sew a piece of gold into her brother's sleeve real quick.
Something like a little nugget.
Yeah, sprinkle some gold dust on her brother's sleeve and then just seal it in.
Oh, that'd be dope though.
Yeah, find some sealant to just seal it in, just gold flake.
Yeah, man.
Right? Anyhow, Con. Go ahead, read on. So, mitre. Go ahead.
And thou shalt put them upon Aaron thy brother and his sons with him, and thou shalt anoint them and
consecrate
them and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me the priest's office.
What verse you at?
41.
Okay.
The 42 now.
And thou shalt make them linen breeches.
Linen
Breeches.
Right.
To cover their nakedness from the loins even unto thighs. They shall reach.
Right, because going up to the temple, there were steps. So you didn't want this man to be climbing up some steps, and you look up and, you
see his nakedness.
Twigs and giggleberries is hanging. And back then we were a little bit more, shall I say, we were a little bit more endowed. Right? We were a little bit more endowed, so there was, you definitely had to strap that thing in. So, yeah, you didn't want to see the nakedness of the priests or of any man of that sort. Remember when it says gird up thy loins? We wore we wore long garments down. Gird up the loins, and you took that garment and you tied it up around your loin to hold everything. Yeah. So, go ahead, read on. Y'all get that, right? Right. Where's it at? Let me see something.
Got a question?
It makes sense what you're speaking of because, like, if you remember, like,
About the Indominable.
Braveheart, the movie Braveheart.
Go ahead.
These, like Scottish dudes were like damn near bare under whatever they were wearing when they would go to war. So.
Oh.
Yeah, because they were brute beasts.
Yeah.
Animals. They would just run around butt naked, swaying. Yeah, they had no code. They had no code about anything, man. Esau is garbage.
You know, when I think about those movies and even like how they would, the Roman Coliseum and gladiator fights and like, I couldn't imagine fighting and not being girded up without being too graphic on the description.
Yeah, you gotta be tight knitted.
Yeah, I gotta be tight knit. I don't need nothing going this way while I'm going that way. So I don't see how they did that, man. Even like how they did their Olympics and stuff, how they're running butt naked and then their gyms. I don't see how they did that. I don't even see how we were seduced into wanting to be like them. But yeah, I got to be girded up all times.
Go to Exodus real quick. 25.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 25. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone.
Right.
For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it.
Right. So if you're gonna build an altar, you're gonna get the stones and just boop, get another stone, boop. You fit them in where they can. Don't chisel it or anything like that. Go ahead.
Verse 26. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar.
Right. Neither shall you go up by steps unto my altar. Go ahead.
That thy nakedness be not discovered thereon.
Right. When you going up the steps, you have that linen breeches on, your nakedness would be discovered. So to avoid all that, what did he say? He said, put linen breeches that cover from the like it was a ancient day shorts. They were a little bit tighter, or what you would call today a boxer brief. Right? They went to the thigh and they just wrapped everything up, boom, and then
linen.
Yeah, they were linen. They kept them cool, nice and breezed out, right? Because they weren't supposed to be sweaty, musty, right? You couldn't be a stinky priest. So the linen kept you cool and kept you airy. So, you think about it. They got us running around and talking about Fruit of the Looms, right? And them things is probably wool, cotton mix, polyester.
Damn.
Hey, a lot of famunda down there, right?
What's it?
Famunda cheese.
Famunda cheese.
Yeah, it's smelly. Well, that's what happened, right? Because all that heat, you start to sweat. It breeds smell and fungus, and that's where you get a lot of your smell from. Is the clothing that we wear? It's not breathable. Your skin is supposed to be able to breathe, and let air flow. Women running around. That's why women ain't supposed to be wearing pants. All them tight ass pants you wear, and then what happens? Camel toe, and it just keeps everything locked in like a Ziploc bag.
Yeah.
That's how you get a lot of your bacterial vaginosis. That's how you get a lot of your UTIs, because the Most High wanted you to breathe in these areas. Your pits, your armpits are supposed to breathe. That's why a lot of people get the bumps under the arm. Those real bad. You can't keep the arm down. The boils, because your armpit, the type of deodorant you use, it clogs the pores, and then on top of clogging the pore with deodorant, aluminum and all that, then you throw on a hot sweater or a tight T-shirt, right, and it keeps the armpit more closed in, the pores.
Yeah. You
can't sweat. You sweat from your pits for a reason. Release toxins, but if you're blocking the toxins in, you're doing your body a disservice. If you get those boils under your arms, hey, best thing to do, switch your deodorant and use deodorant a little bit less frequently. Meaning, like if I'm in the house, I don't put on deodorant. If I know I'm not gonna go nowhere for that day, and some days I don't even rock deodorant, and I make sure I don't be stinking. Right? There's other remedies you can do, baking soda and this and that, charcoal. You know, sometimes you got to clip some of that hair from under the arm. The hair is where the smell comes from. You got to shave, not like razor shave, you grown men, but groom yourself. What's that?
I don't know, WWE.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be on no WWE shave. Your whole body just glistening with oil, looking like Goldberg, right? Looking like Brock Lesnar. But trim the hair, groom yourself to allow your body to breathe a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so just some tips.
Yeah, and like even just on the hair underneath, you'll see, because you start using that deodorant. These 24-hour deodorants, they stick on that hair. Yep. Even when you shower and you scrub, it's still there.
Yeah, depending on what type of deodorant you use, bro, you got to soap up them armpits like 8 times to break that. To break the it's like sulfur or something in deodorant. It's something it's what they use to clog the pore. That stuff, man. You ever showered and you like, damn, I don't got to put no deodorant on them. Like some of those clinical, like Dove has one. Yep. Dove has one where you put it on and you're good for a week. I'm good for a week. Damn. Bro, it's so strong. Bakar be sending it. Someone that has Ribby says she sends like the little small deodorants and soaps. Yeah. And I tried it out and I'm like, oh, I can't use this. Because if it's so hard to wash from under your arm, it's gonna sit in your armpit forever. And it's gonna take your body forever to expel that. So I don't use that because it's like a clinical strength where it's an antiperspirant. You're supposed to perspire.
Same thing through your feet, right?
What do you mean?
Well, your feet also exudes toxins too from your feet.
Yeah, because you sweat a lot in your feet. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why you got to be careful the socks you wear.
That's right.
You know, the colors, like I talked about that before. A lot of brothers got stinky athlete's foot. And you're wondering why you can't break it. Don't wear black socks. All that ink, when you sweat, it bleeds into your feet, and it keeps that fungus in your cracks, in the creases of your toes. When it starts to crack open, and that stuff goes into the flesh, and it just starts to, that ink smell sits there. So, change up the color of your socks. Just get white for a while. Change your socks daily. Switch up the material. I went to, it was Karatazar when I was in Rochester. We were at Wagman's. It's like Whole Foods. And they sell these socks for like $2, but they're like linen socks. Or some type of breathable wool or something. Yeah. Man, they're warm and they keep my feet dry. I wish I got more pairs. I only got one pair. I'm so mad. So when I go to Rochester, that's the first place I'm going to get them socks. They fit perfectly. Listen, when it was no heat, that's what I had on. Feet was good. Stomping through the water, all that. My feet wasn't a problem like some who have flip flops. Oh, you wasn't the only one. Listen, you wasn't the only one. But them socks were good. They you know. Everybody, you know, your feet are gonna sweat because they're in an enclosed shoe. You know, so even think about, did we run around with the type of shoes that we wear now back then? Everything was a little bit more breathable to keep smell and disease and fungus away. Yeah, so we might have had like a little open foot sandal. Something that something that was breathable. It's different now. You wearing cow leather on your feet. With rubber and silicone and glue. Where do you think all that foot fungus comes from? It's that enclosed, it's like an oven in there. So the garments were designed a little bit different to be breathable, to limit smell, disease, things like that. Yeah, Old Spice deodorant. Yeah, that Old Spice. Oh my gosh. I didn't use the Old Spice deodorant because that stuff starts staining your clothes. Your whole clothes just start smelling like Old Spice. Yeah. Athlete's foot. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's athlete's foot. But you don't got to be an athlete to get it is the point. You don't got to be an athlete to have bad feet, smelly feet. It's fungus that anyone can get. If you're wearing the same socks over and over, if you're wearing the same shoes over and over and over and not giving them a chance to air out, that fungus is going to be in there. So, Anyway, that's enough of me talking. What else? Where we at?
Verse 43. And they, Exodus chapter 28, verse 43. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons when they come unto the tabernacle of the congregation, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him.
Right. Was that it? Any questions on that chapter? On the garments? Where are you reading to?
Verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
Exodus chapter 29, verse 1. And this is a thing that thou shalt do unto them that hallow them to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take one young bullock and 2 rams without blemish, and unleavened bread and cakes unleavened, tempered with oil, and wafers unleavened, anointed with oil of leaven flour shalt thou make them, and thou shalt put them into one basket, and bring them in the basket with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall wash them with water. And thou shalt take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat and the robe of ephod, and the ephod and the breastplate, and gird him with the curious girdle of ephod. And thou shalt put the mitre upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the mitre. Then shalt thou take the anointing oil and pour it.
Yeah, a mitre and a turban would have to be different. Now that when you think about it, a mitre and a turban would have to be different. Why? If a mitre and a turban were the same thing as what do you know as a turban today? What?
Like a rag that wraps around your head.
Right. So why would they have to be different? Why? What was on a mitre that you couldn't really put on a turban?
Well,
Go ahead.
A turban is made out of a specific cloth, but at the same time, a turban is assimilated to another nation. So like a mitre here for a priest, there's already distincting difference of, okay, this is what a Hebrew Israelite priest Levite looks like.
Good point.
And in a turban, look
Whatever
like
else,
over here.
what everybody else wear, right?
Yeah.
And then the gold plate that's on the mitre. To fasten that on, that means the mitre wasn't a raggedy piece of flimsy cloth. Yep. It was a sturdy headgear. It was sturdy. It had to be sturdy enough to hold that plate. So you gotta, because a mitre is a turban. Nah, not necessarily. To be able to put that gold plate, remember, Exodus chapter 28:36, and thou shalt make a plate of pure gold, and grave upon it, like to the engravings of a signet, holiness to the Lord. And thou shalt put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the mitre. So it had to be on it, fastened on. That headpiece, that mitre, had to be strong enough to hold that gold. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Right. So you can't say like, oh yeah, a mitre is a turban. No, a turban was a head wrap. A turban is a turban. The mitre was almost like, it's almost like the crown had two pieces. Because remember, they put a crown on also. The mitre, then they put a crown. This is the high priest. This is the high priest. They put the mitre, then they put the crown around it. So it's almost like a two-piece crown. So you could see the crown, the mitre sticking up, and then right here, holy. What does it say? Holiness to the Lord. So if you had a crown and a turban, you ain't gonna see nothing else.
Right.
That crown is gonna cover up, right? Because if I had a crown, that crown is gonna be, the crown is gonna sit, right?
Yeah.
Most crowns were gonna sit and be almost like this, like a headband, right? Now, if I had a turban on, you can't really see nothing.
Right.
Right. So that mitre stood up, boom.
Yeah.
Right? And it had the plate right here, boom. Right.
I was saying that when you describing this right here, it shows that there was a crown that went all around in a circle. But when you look at the Catholic religion, it's the sign of Dagon, the way they have it cut in the middle. It's a covering of a fish. When you look at it, it's a Dagon symbol on their head.
Really?
So, come.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. But that's the thing, we look at certain things, and you can see where they take a lot. They take and pick and choose what they're gonna use, and they flip it a little bit, they turn it. Yeah, because the ones that we see, they look Catholic, right? They got the little cross on them and all that stuff, but right, his head should not be covered. That we know that his head should not be covered. That's why it wouldn't be a turban. That's why it wouldn't be a turban in the sense of the way a turban today, right? When the Middle Easterners wear turbans and they wrap their whole head, and they have they actually have a lot of them wear like a cap under the turban to cover their head, and they wrap it. We know his head shouldn't be covered, but think about it. If you see brothers wear a turban, the way it's wrapped, and then to get a crown around that, it wouldn't even make sense.
Right.
It wouldn't fit, because when you start wrapping that turban, right, the turban part comes out. How you gonna get a crown around that to sit? Or you just gonna sit it right on top? But then where would the gold plate be that says Holy of Holies? You see that? So they weren't exactly the same thing. I'm not saying we didn't wear turbans and have our head uncovered. Yeah, we do it now. Right? We do it now. But it was a different type of headpiece. Remember, this is the high priest. When it goes in the shows what Aaron's sons wore, they didn't wear mitres. They said they wore bonnets. So even that's a difference. And then you got to understand, okay, what type of bonnet did they wear? Did they wear the baby bonnet that had the baby bonnet is covered and it got the part that goes out like that, like Handmaid's Tale? Y'all ever see Handmaid's Tale? They wear bonnets. Right, and the baby bonnet, it goes out and it covers their whole face, and it boom. And then did Aaron's sons walk around with one of those? No, they had some bonnet that was a manly enough bonnet, and then their head was exposed, the crown, right? So I was just thinking about it. How would you put that gold plate on a turban, and then put a crown over it, and that gold plate is still seen?
Yeah,
and it makes more sense that it wasn't a turban. It was just another part of the headgear. Boom. Crown went over it. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at pictures of it, and the pictures from it goes like what Quadazat was saying. Like some of the pictures, it's like you got the mitre, and then what they did though was they put like a stitching of a type of a crown that was like some type of embroidery around
the edge, right?
Yeah, so it looked like there's a crown over the mitre.
Right, and we know that there was an actual crown that was separate.
Yeah,
mitre and then crown, boom. Yeah, listen, but it's the detail.
Yeah, a lot
so
of
imagine
detail.
we sitting here talking about it, and then we sitting here talking about this, right? Well, is it a turban? Is it this? And then we're like, well, no, this is a turban. And then we go wrap our heads and then throw a piece of gold. And then Most High is like, no, that's not what it was. We'd be wrong, right? Or that is what it is. Like, You see how they had to know, they had to understand the detail. Obviously, these things were shown to Moses, and he had the actual visual of what they look like. But where did the Catholics get their little mitre from? They got it from us. They just changed it. M-I-T-R-E. They just changed it up. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. You can see how they have it. It looks like it has a crown that goes around it, but it's already just stitched in. Then it's fringed. Niggas got fringes on their mitre. Look, fringes. They all got fringes.
I like that one.
Yeah, they all have a piece that hangs down with fringes. Obviously, we know theirs is off. They got, all types of crosses and all types of stuff in it. We know that's wrong, right? But yeah, I was just thinking about how did we get the gold plate on there if that's what it was. Anyhow, I just Google. That's what I'm going off of is the Google images, but not being trapped with the crosses and the different things that they have on there, because we know that's the Catholic interpretation. That's what I'm Googling. When you Google Mitri, it don't show you a turban. That's the crazy part about it. But when you Google turban, it gives you turban, and it shows you all the Middle Easterners. Right, you see that? Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously we wasn't rolling like that with all them crosses and things like that. We wasn't doing that. And I'm not saying that this is the exact mitre that we wore, Right. Right. We know that it's unlawful. So even if you look at this one right here, the top part of it is open. Yeah, we're all agreeing. We're all in agreement. Should not be covered. Right. It's open in the middle. Like, right. 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 Yeah, I didn't say anything about our heads being covered. Listen. That's why I don't wear. Why do you think I don't wear certain headpieces?
Yeah.
Because every time I wear them, y'all up there teaching with your head covered. No, we're not. You just because you can't see the hole because if I'm sitting up or it's back, just because you can't see it. So that's why I don't wear certain headpieces that I have because, your head's covered. No, it's not. We know that we're not supposed to have our head covered. Even with the bonnets. When you watch, what verse you at?
Verse 7.
Go ahead, read on.
Then shalt thou take the anointing oil and pour it upon his head and anoint him, and thou shalt bring his sons and popes upon them.
Right.
And thou shalt gird them with girdles, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them.
Right. So when you look up bonnet, look that up. Bonnets don't even look manly, right? They don't look like today's bonnet wouldn't be manly, and all it really is a shower cap. That's how they depict it. It's like a silky shower cap.
It's handmade.
Or the Handmaid's Tale, where the bonnet goes out. A baby bonnet. Remember, they would put a bonnet on a baby because what did it do? It blocked the sun from hitting them in the face. It was almost like a visor for a baby when they didn't have the strollers that covered over and all that stuff. They'd be with their baby bonnet, right? Yeah, we wasn't doing that. I know Aaron's sons wasn't looking like her. Hell no. She looking silky. Like she just hopped out the shower. You know what I'm saying? So the bonnets had to be a little bit different looking. They had to have a masculine tone to them. And then, yes, the top was cut out. The top of it was cut out for their heads not to be cut. Oh, 2 thumbs down. Nice. Somebody else hit us with another one. Oh. Man, they ain't messing with you today, bro. They are not messing with your definitions and your photos. Mm-hmm.
Not that kind.
Right. So y'all see that? Yeah. I mean, remember, A lot of things, the imagery has and the meaning, things change through time, man. So to get a super 100% accurate depiction is damn near impossible to get a 100% accurate depiction of, you know, how certain things looked. Yeah, look at this. Aaron's sons wasn't looking like this little Asian persuasion right here.
That's funny.
They wasn't looking like her. Yep. Anyway, read on.
And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute.
Right. Statute.
Statute. And thou shalt consecrate. Is it consecrate or concentrate?
Right. Consecrate.
Consecrate Aaron and his sons. And thou shalt cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the congregation, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock, and thou shalt kill the bullock before the Lord by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And thou shalt take of the blood of the bullock and put it upon the horns of the altar with thy finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And thou shalt take all the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar.
There you go. Was that it?
No, one more verse. But the flesh of the bullock and his skin and his dung shalt thou burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. That's it.
Right. Any questions? La Dagon, right? I need to get my Dagon up. William.
Why would they have like a sin offering to be burnt outside of the camp?
Where was that at?
Verse 14.
14.
But the flesh of the bullock and the sin and the dung shall be burnt in the fire. Right, just like how it was symbolic of the sins not being in the camp. Just like how they had the scapegoat. They had one goat. They had 2 goats, remember? And they would put the sins on one goat and send it outside. It was just symbolic of the sins being away from the people. What else?
That's it.
Next reader.
Yashikar, Shabbat Yashikar, Ban Yashala.
Yashikar, Shabdashah, Yashikar, Ban Yashala. Mir Israel, I'm Mariam. Barak.
Yahweh Bahashem Yahweh Shai Brakatam.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai Brakatah.
Oh, the guy.
No.
We're at the book of Exodus, chapter 29 and verse 15. Exodus chapter 29, verse 15. Thou shalt also take one ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And thou shalt slay the ram, and thou shalt take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And thou shalt cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. And thou shalt burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto the Lord. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. Verse 19. And thou shalt take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. Then thou shalt kill the ram, and take of his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of the right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. Verse 21. And thou shalt take of the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons, and his sons' garments with him. Also thou shalt take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covereth the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the unleavened bread that is before the Lord. Verse 24. And thou shalt put all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. And thou shalt receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before the Lord. It is an offering made by fire unto the Lord. And thou shalt take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be thy part. And thou shalt sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron's and his sons by statute forever from the children of Yasharallah. For it is an heave offering. And it shall be an heave offering from the children of Yasharallah of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto the Lord. Verse 29. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he cometh into the tabernacle of the congregation to minister in the holy place.
Right, so the garments, they have to stand the test of time. Right? They had to stand the test of time. They had to last. They had to be of good quality. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seeth his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh.
Read that again. Seethe.
And thou shalt take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place.
Right. Sieve means to boil.
Oh, seethe?
Sieve. Right. That means to boil.
Okay.
Boil his flesh in the holy place. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket, by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. Verse 34. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations or of the bread remain unto the morning, then thou shalt burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy.
Right. Once again, all detailed instruction down to the food, man. You're not gonna eat from yesterday's offerings. You're gonna burn that up.
Makes sense.
And then there's a new day, right? A new offering. You see that? So, you know, if you couldn't be covetous in this situation. You couldn't be faithless. Like, oh, what we gonna eat tomorrow? Because then you be one of the people that's doing what? Well, I'm gonna save this up. I'm gonna put this under my tent. I'm gonna bury it in my tent with me and curse the people. You see this? So there was a lot. You know, these things showed a lot about the level of faith, the level of obedience that they had to. Aaron had to. Remember, Aaron was being showed and deviate from any of the instruction, or else it'd just be wrong. What's that?
This is actually the same when David was on the run and he went to the holy priest. This is actually the same food that he was eating, right? That was consecrated.
The bread, yeah, the showbread.
Right? Okay.
Yep. There was a bread that was the showbread. That bread was for the priests. Yeah, so that's what David, and not just David. It was David and a couple of hundred men. Yep. They took that showbread. He said, "Give us whatever is under thy hand." He said, "The only thing we have is this consecrated bread." He was like, "We taking that. We eating." You see that? Most High didn't want him to go hungry. I mean, right? Just about the detail, just about keeping the order, just about following the instruction. Very important. Very important, man. Go ahead.
Verse 35. And thus shalt thou do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded thee. 7 days shalt thou consecrate them. And thou shalt offer every day a bullock for a sin offering for atonement. And thou shalt cleanse the altar when thou hast made an atonement for it. And thou shalt anoint it to sanctify it.
So this had to happen every single day. Every single day you have to be obedient to this structure, right? You had to overcome. What the word we use is what? Starts with an M. When you do something over and over and over and over and over and over and over, it becomes what? Mundane or monotonous, right? They had to overcome the monotony and not let it be monotonous. It just had to be, this is what the Most High wants, so this is what we're going to do every single day.
That's right.
Right?
Done.
Yeah. I mean, this is that boring life. This is that safety life. Hey, I'm serious. You know, you read this, you're like, damn, every day? They ain't getting no break. Yeah, come on, every day. Every day. This is what it was. Wake up, throw on your garment, get sanctified, sanctify the people, sanctify the altar, eat around. Hey, at least you didn't have to worry about all the other things that people have to worry about. Your mind was on doing what the Most High already had set up for you to do. You had your hand up? Yeah.
But for the most part, here, you know, class Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Hebrew Academy. The sisters have garments and everything like that, but not one day is ever the same. Even when we're coming to class, and not one day, like last week or the week before, when that winter storm came in, it was like, what the heck? Mm-hmm. And now, you know, a couple of days after that, it's like, okay, the sun back, it's Texas, it's nasty outside. Like, dang.
Yeah. You know, one man esteem a day alike, right? I'm misquoting the scripture. I'm definitely going to misquote it. But it says what is it? One man esteem a day alike?
Yeah, one man esteem a day, one day better, like.
You're right. One man esteem a day higher than another, and one man esteem every day alike. You know. But the point was, they couldn't get like, oh, you know, I'm bored now. I'm bored with doing the sanctification process. Let me go figure out something else to do with my time. They just had to do what they had to do. Because these were the orders.
That's how I see the people in the world, like regular 9-to-5s and going to school and whatever, Friday night clubs and Sunday church service and everything like that, but no type of increase. And even for me here, for myself, it's like, man, there's an increase daily just because like I'm around y'all and around the children and just around like my sisters and my nephews. It's like, damn, we're all growing. Like earlier when we were saying our prayers before the class started, my niece is in the back and she's just waving at everybody that's over here in the front, but it's Ramiro, his 2 sons, myself, and Jeremiah. And what's so beautiful about it is like, I see my niece looking at us here in this arena. Before, when we were growing up back in the valley, sure we had our nephews and nieces around, but man, we was doing some wicked things that the children saw and picked up. And now, like, my niece is in the back, she has a little head covered and everything like that, because we're doing the same thing here, but we're growing. It's with the purpose. We're rehearsing the righteous acts and everything like that. And it's just a beautiful thought and refreshing to my spirit that we get to do that.
Yeah, because the world gets bored as hell too. Think about it. Monday night, free drinks at the bar. Tuesday night, you know, free after 10. Wednesday night, ladies' night. Thursday, this. Like, after a while, doing that gauntlet.
Gauntlet.
Yeah, it's a gauntlet. Because then you got to go to work.
Yeah.
After a while, you just like, man, this is whack. The club gets garbage. The bars get whack. You know, you go, like, if we go to the bar, we don't go to the club, but if we go to the bar, it's for a different reason. You know, it wasn't the reason that you went to the bar for way back, but like, I got to go be the predator and scope out some women. We go to the bar to enjoy each other's company if we ever do go. I mean, it's been
over a year.
It's been over a year since we went to any bar and just sat back and had a few. Found a nice one, though. Found a nice one. The spot, man. Papusas.
Oh, yeah.
Zebulon got a spot down the street. So, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a nice little spot. Went in there and got some food and, you know, nice little spot to just sit back, chill, watch some football, right?
Football?
Yeah.
You gotta say football.
Football. Right? That sound like ham. You know. But the point is, the world gets monotonous. It's all monotony there too. It's just work, home, work, home, work, home, work, home. To break it up with a little vacation. Just think about it though, like just that everyday hustle and bustle, sitting in traffic. Oh my God, I'm so thankful I got to do that. Sitting in traffic, on the way home in traffic. Get to your job, listen to some whack boss yell at you, or talk bad about you, or chastise you, or give you more work and underpay you, and then go home and sit there, TV, like, all is vanity, says the preacher. Right?
Yeah.
It's all vanity, man. It's all, it could be very vexing, but, you know, doing the work of the Most High is supposed to put you in that mind of, where can I get better and how can I keep growing? How can I stay on the good side of the Most High? And just keeping your mind occupied with staying on the good side of the Most High, that's going to take up a lot of your time. That should take up a majority of your time. Like, how do I stay in the good graces? Right? And am I doing enough? You know, that should take up a majority of your brain power. So you shouldn't really be bored. Right? Yeah, read on.
I got that scripture that you was quoting.
Oh, yeah, read Romans 14:5. Read it. Yep.
Romans chapter 14, verse 5. One man esteemeth one day above another.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
another.
I like Saturday. That's my day. I like Monday. That's my day. You know, my favorite day of the week is Friday. Go ahead.
Another esteemeth every day alike.
Yeah, hey. This is the day that the Lord, what is it? I always misquote it.
This is the day which the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be
Yeah,
glad.
that's how I look at it. I'm like, this is the day the Most High made. Let us be glad and rejoice in it. Whatever comes this day.
Church.
Yeah. That's definitely, but that's book. I didn't realize that was an actual scripture until I read it. I'm like, oh, they actually quoted something? You know?
It was a song too.
Was it?
Yes.
Damn. Who that? Mary Mary?
No,
Who sung that?
It's just like, this is the day.
Oh, okay. One of them church hymns.
Oh, God.
See, y'all going back. Well, that's how I approach it. I'm just like, I wake up and I'm like, well, I'm here. Might as well tackle the day. Whatever comes, just deal with it in the moment. You know, every day to me, first of all, every day is a blur. I can't tell you what happened yesterday. Can't tell you what happened 2 weeks ago. Can't tell you what happened a month ago. You know, because it's doing this. Sabbaths just keep coming. I gauge it off the Sabbath, and I'm like, damn, didn't we just do Sabbath class? So, you know, the days are floating by, and you fill the gaps with your purpose on the in-between time, you know? The in-between the Sabbaths, you fill up your the days with your purpose, what you're supposed to be doing. So, for me, every day is the same day. It could be Monday, it could be Wednesday, it don't matter to me.
Yeah.
It's all the same to me. The only thing, you know why I worry about the days of the week? I gotta know when we gotta be here for class.
Right.
Or else I wouldn't even look at the days of the week. I wouldn't look at the months. I wouldn't look at the days. I wouldn't care. But it's like, oh, Monday, okay, we got class today. Tuesday, oh, we got drilling. Wednesday, class. Thursday, workout. Friday, class. Saturday, class. Sunday, workout. That's how I look at my days. That's how my days are like that. Monday, class. Tuesday, drilling. Wednesday, class. Thursday, workout. Friday class. Saturday class. Sunday workout. And I base everything around that. That's how my days go, you know. So, and none of them are better than others. It's just days. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let every man be fully persuaded in his own mind.
Yeah, but that's the point of the days is to, how do I stay persuaded that I'm doing the right thing? How do I stay persuaded that I'm following the right power? Right? How do I keep that persuasion going in my head? I got to constantly be renewed day by day in the Word. I got to constantly be studying. I got to constantly keep my head in the book. Not looking at the days, but looking at the days. Meaning not looking at what day it is, but what's happening. Redeeming the times because the days are evil. That's why I don't look at days. Every day is garbage to me. Every Monday, 5 people got shot. Tuesday, 6 people got shot. 7 people got shot Wednesday. Like, that's how I look at it. I'm like, dang, it's just getting worse and worse. Saturdays, Friday night, like last night, man, I'm sure there's a bunch of bodies getting dropped. That's the night. Tomorrow night or tonight is the night. That's where everybody want to do their club thing, party thing, hangout thing. So, yeah, what's that?
Also, what Priest Kazaki shared too, that 5 weeks into Biden's.
Oh, he already bombing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bombs over Syria.
Oh man.
I told y'all. Listen, I said it. I said it. I said in his first 100 days, he's gonna bomb or we're gonna get bombed.
Yeah.
And he did it. I already knew it. The first thing that he was gonna do was open up the borders, because when he's got to think about it. I'm gonna reopen all the borders and then drop bombs on Syria. What are they gonna do? They're gonna retaliate. They're gonna slide up in here and drop bombs. Yep. The borders are open, so they could just creep, like not even creep, walk right in. Couple of visas, couple of passports, they're in here. It's like, I mean, it's just all too familiar.
Yes, it is.
You know, Trump did a good thing for his little country by shutting those borders down. I mean, think about it. There was no terrorist attack in America while Trump was rocking.
Everybody was ready.
Everybody was locked down. You was in your house. Nobody could travel. He locked down the borders. Biden's going to do the diplomatic thing, reopen America, and it's going to be to their detriment. Yeah, I love that he bombed Syria. They're going to retaliate. Watch. They're going to retaliate, man.
Yeah.
Well, he did that, and then given with the winter storm that happened in Houston, then Biden showed up to Houston, like, oh, I bombed it, but don't worry about that. There's people in Houston, Texas right now who are out of food and water. Let me go to the food banks real quick.
Oh, he did come, right?
Yeah, and then they had on the news like, oh, the traffic's gonna be backed up. Expect delays because ain't none of y'all better be on the street. He's passing by on the freeways and stuff, like 59 or like 45 or something like that.
I didn't even know that.
I seen that. I seen like, the roads might be backed up because Biden's in town to assess the damage. What you gonna do? Go house to house? Was he going house to house checking niggas' plumbing or what? I mean, ain't no real damage that happened except for people's houses was flooded.
That's it.
Assess me with some dough.
Yeah, you trying to look at my light bill? 'Cause if you trying to look at my light bill, my kilowatt usage went up. I'm trying to get some. You know what I mean? If that's what you trying to do. My gallons per month went up. If you trying to hit me off with some money for mud, I'm with it.
Right.
Anyway, let me get this one real quick. 1 Corinthians 16 and 15. And you know, this is the mentality that we got to stay in. And it's not that it's hard. It's not that it's impossible. It's that you got to make the choice. Aaron and the priesthood, they listen. They had a choice, but they didn't really have no choice. It's like, y'all gonna be the priests, and that's what it is. Mm-hmm. So y'all gonna, this is what y'all gonna wear. This is what y'all gonna do. Look, let's get it going. The thing is, we have these millions of choices to make. Choose you this day, life or death. So you can choose to be addicted to the ministry, like we're gonna read, or you could choose to be consistent 1 minute, then inconsistent, then consistent, then inconsistent. It's a choice. Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 16, verse 15. Mm-hmm. I beseech you, brethren, ye know the house of Stephanus, that it is the first fruits of Achaia, and that they have addicted themselves to the ministry of the saints.
Yeah, they did what?
Addicted themselves to the ministry of the saints.
Right, go ahead.
That ye submit yourselves unto such.
Wait, that what?
Submit yourselves unto such.
Go ahead.
And to everyone that helpeth with us.
Right.
And laboreth.
Right. So, you know, you could just be addicted and never look at anything like, oh, this is monotonous. Crackheads don't say after their 100th hit of crack that, oh, I'm bored. Like, oh, this is boring now. You know, this is monotonous.
Same old crack.
Same old crack, right?
Different dealer.
Yeah, they fiend for that crack. They're addicted to that crack, and they drive. Their drive is off of that crack, that, you know, or whatever drug or whatever addiction fuels you. You know, show me a shopaholic that's like, oh, this is boring, spending all this money on shopping. They get a high off of that. You see what I'm saying? They get a high off of that. Show me an adrenaline junkie that hops behind the wheel and does 150 and like, oh, this is boring now. And if it is, what do? They get a vehicle that can go 200, right? 250, 300, 400. They up the ante. They addict themselves even more. They find more to dive into, another way to dive in even more. So, you know, there shouldn't be a boredom with the wisdom, with the scriptures. There should be a constant, let me get more according to where I'm at, you know, in my walk. Let me get more. Let me get more. Yes, please, may I have another? Right?
So correct.
So where we at? Let's jump back.
We're at Exodus chapter 29 and verse 37. 29 verse 37.
Mm-hmm.
7 days thou shalt make an atonement for the altar and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Verse 38. Now this is that which thou shalt offer upon the altar. 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb thou shalt offer in the morning, and the other lamb thou shalt offer at the even. Verse 40. And with the one lamb 1/10 deal of a flour mingled with the 4th parts of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of an hin of wine for a drink offering. And the other lamb thou shalt offer at even, and shalt do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning,
Elijah.
and according to the drink offering thereof for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation before the Lord, where I will meet you to speak there unto thee. And there I will meet with the children of Yasharallah, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. That's it.
Any questions on that? Yeah.
Speaking on like monotony and everything. So right here in verse 38, it says 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. So somebody was steady shepherding lambs, and this is a year.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah. You couldn't get bored with your office.
Here you go.
You couldn't. Oh, I'm tired of shepherding lambs. I'm tired of. You couldn't do that, man. You have to just do your job. So yeah, there had to be a level of discipline.
I mean, I wouldn't see why anybody would. Whenever we do something, or like for example the other day we had Kareem and everything like that, and people getting gifts for other brothers, other sisters, or even our priests, our leaders, and our teachers. Like that's dope. That's an honor. So if we're able to raise these lambs and say, here you go, Levite priest, this is the best of the best. Mm-hmm. Man, bless my game once I hear, boom.
What, the mind should be, what are you doing it for? That's the thing. What am I doing it for? Your mind should always be on that. Why am I doing it? Why am I doing this? You could be doing anything else. But being thankful that you're not out on them streets doing folly, you're not in jail rotting away, you're not dead somewhere, and you're not just sitting around just on a couch being a couch potato. There got to be some thankfulness that the Most High had enough mercy to say, you know what, I'm going to entrust you with this office. So yeah, it's a big deal. It's kind of a big deal.
Even with that, when the storm hit this past week, for all these brothers and sisters to come to our house, or even the brothers and sisters opening their house for us, is like, wow, man, this is nice.
Yeah, the Most High is constantly, listen, and in these days, I don't know what's going on in Houston, but he's constantly dishing out something new that we ain't seen. Yep. So, I love it. You ain't got time to get bored, man. There's always something moving around. There's always, the Most High is always making something happen. So, if the world was bored, guess what? They better start paying attention. So, was that it on your reading?
Yes, sir.
Next reader.
Yehoda, Ban Yasharallah.
Magana war, Shabbat Shah, Yehoda, Ban Yasharallah. Mil Israel, I'm Mario. Barak.
Yehovah Shem Yahushai Brakatham.
Yehovah Shem Yahushai Brakatham.
We are at Exodus chapter 29, verse 44. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the congregation and the altar. I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Israel and will be their power. And they shall know that I am the Most High, their power, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them. I'm the Most High, their power. We're going to Exodus chapter 30, verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon, of shittim wood shalt thou make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof.
One moment. On that verse 46, you know what I like about this, and just going through the whole the garment and the sanctifying of the priesthood and even of the people. Like right here, the Most High, he says, watch, read it again.
Tell them what you like, brother. Tell them what you like.
Verse 46.
Verse 46. And they shall know that I am their power. I'm the Most High, their power, that brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, that I may dwell among them.
That he may what?
Dwell among them.
So the Most High, it's like he separated us and he's cleaning us up because he wants to be with us. That's love, huh?
God.
That's like, man, you know what? I see that gem, that jewel, that diamond in the rough. Pick it out, clean it up so that I can keep it with me. So I can use that to add to me. Or even if you see somebody like a vehicle, or you see a vehicle, an old school vehicle, look all tore up, but in your mind you see how good it can look. You fix it up, some new paint, new engine, wheels, rims, and it's like now when everyone sees this rolling down the street, they're like, dang, that's a nice ride right there. Got some beat in the back. Man, the Most High, he separated us and he's cleaning us up so he can be with us. That's true. Like, you know, we just kind of read over it, and I was like, hold on. He said, so I can dwell with you, so I can dwell among them, because I am the Most High, their power. Yeah, possessive pronoun denoting ownership, because I'm their power, their minds, and I'm theirs. That's beautiful, huh? I just had to point that out real quick. Read on.
Exodus chapter 30, verse 1. And thou shalt make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shalt thou make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 squares shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And thou shalt overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof, and thou shalt make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shalt thou make to it under the crown of it. By the 2 corners thereof, upon the 2 sides of it shalt thou make it. And they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And thou shalt make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And thou shalt put it before the veil, that it is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with thee. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning, where he dresseth the lamps. Mm-hmm. Yeah, lamps. He shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lighteth the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before the Most High, throughout your generations.
So there was going to be an incense that the Most High was going to give for Aaron to burn. He wasn't supposed to burn any strange incense. So, yeah, go ahead.
Verse 9. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon.
Go ahead. I don't know what I was going to say, but I was going to say something. Bear with me. I'm a little tired, but something came to my mind. I was like, nah, I ain't going to. Yeah, but there was an incense that was given to Aaron to burn. It said it was a sweet incense. It wasn't that skunky ass weed that y'all niggas be talking about.
Was that death?
It wasn't that death. Like death? Like it's gonna kill me?
No.
They gonna be over here. Cat Williams, right. Right. It was. He said it was a sweet incense, and he gives us the makeup of it. I don't know if it's in this chapter, but it might be in another chapter. I think it's in another chapter. It might be in Numbers, where he gives us the makeup of the incense that was going to be burnt.
Oh yeah.
And for the temple and things like that.
Uh,
I don't think it's in here. It's not in this chapter. But go ahead.
Nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in a year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto the Most High. And now we're going to go to Ezekiel chapter 43, verse 10. Everybody ready? Ezekiel chapter 43, verse 10. Thou son of man, show the house to the house of Israel, that they may be ashamed of their iniquities, and let them measure the pattern.
Let them do what?
Measure the pattern.
Yeah, he said, show the house to the house of Israel, and they may be what?
Ashamed of their iniquities.
Why? Because we didn't keep the pattern of the ordinances.
Yep.
Right? We didn't. It's funny. My cousin hit me up. She's been hitting me up a lot lately, and she hit me up and she was like, "So I've been reading about these priest garments," and I was like, "Yeah, they don't match the church garments, huh?" She was like, "No, they don't." It's funny because she's reading what we just read. She was like, "Yeah, I'm reading." I said, "Where you reading that?" She said, "Exodus." I was like, "That's funny because that's where we reading that Sabbath reading." She was like, "Oh, that's crazy."
yeah.
But, you know, as people start to dive in and read more, they see that the pattern of things that are going on now ain't what the Bible was patterned after.
Right.
Or, excuse me, what the Bible is, people don't pattern the church and those things after the scriptures.
Right.
You see that? So, what has Israel's downfall been the entire time? We go after our own pattern. We don't pattern things after what the scriptures say.
Right.
We create our own way. We follow our own path. We want to be trailblazers. We want to be trendsetters. But it's always, for the most part, man, it's to our detriment.
Yeah.
For the most part. So he says, show the house to Israel that they may be ashamed. Why? Because we didn't keep the ordinances. Right? Where you at?
Verse 11.
What chapter?
Ezekiel chapter 43, verse 11.
Right. Go ahead.
And if they be ashamed of all that they have done, show them the form of the house, and the fashion thereof, and the goings out thereof, and the comings in thereof, and all the forms thereof.
Right, so if they be ashamed, then show them now the right way of a house, how things are supposed to operate,
Right.
how it's supposed to be structured, how it's supposed to be put together. Go ahead.
And all the ordinances thereof, and all the forms thereof, and all the laws thereof, and write it in their sight, that they may keep the whole form thereof, and all the ordinances thereof, and do them. This is the law of the house. Upon the top of the mountain, the whole limit thereof round about shall be most holy. Behold, this is the law of the house. And these are the measures of the altar after the cubits. The cubit is a cubit and an hand breadth. Even the bottom shall be a cubit, and the breadth a cubit. And the border thereof by the edge thereof round about shall be a span. And this shall be the higher and this shall be the higher place of the altar. And from the bottom upon the ground even to the lower settle shall be 2 cubits, and the breadth 1 cubit. And from the lesser settle even to the greater settle shall be 4 cubits, and the breadth 1 cubit. So the altar shall be 4 cubits, and from the altar upward shall be 4 horns. And the altar shall be 12 cubits long, 12 broad, square in the 4 squares thereof. And the settle shall be 14 cubits long, and 14 broad in the long square in the 4 squares thereof. And the border about it shall be half a cubit, and the bottom thereof shall be a cubit about, and his stairs shall look toward the east. And he said unto me, Son of man, thus saith the Most High Power, these are the ordinances of the altar in the day when they shall make it, to offer burnt offerings thereof, and to sprinkle blood thereon.
Right. So obviously we know from the time of Moses all the way to the time of Ezekiel, the altar done been ripped down a few times. It's been desecrated, right? So now he's coming back and saying, look at the estate of your house. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, it says his house shall soon be overthrown. Right? So he's saying, look at the estate. If you're ashamed, look, we're going to fix it. But this is how we fix it. Get it? This is how we fix it. Right? I'm going to give y'all the exact specifications on how it should be done. The steps can't be facing the west. Well, I like my step, I like to see the sunset. Most I don't care about that. He wants the steps on the east, right? He wants the altar to be over here. He wants this to be set up this way. No hewn rocks. I want it a certain way. Why? That's how I want it. That's going to be the most beneficial.
Right. It's going to be perfect.
It's going to be perfect. Right? Where you at?
Verse 19, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt give it to the priests, the Levites, that be of the seed of Zadok, which approach unto me.
Right. So now not only are you going to give it to the Levites, but it's going to be a specific family of the Levites that's going to run the altar.
Right.
Not just any old Levites, but Zadok and his family. Go ahead.
To minister unto me, saith the Most High Power, a young bullock for a sin offering.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt take of the blood thereof, and put it on the 4 horns of it, and on the 4 corners of the settle, and upon the border round about. Thus shalt thou cleanse and purge it. Thou shalt take the bullock also of the sin offering, and he shall burn it in the appointed place of the house, without the sanctuary.
Right. Without the sanctuary. Go ahead.
And on the 2nd day, thou shalt offer a kid of the goats, without blemish for a sin offering. And they shall cleanse the altar, as they did cleanse it with the bullock. When thou hast made an end of cleansing it, thou shalt offer a young bullock without blemish, and a ram out of the flock without blemish. And thou shalt offer them before the Most High, and the priests shall cast salt upon them, and they shall offer them up for a burnt offering unto the Most High.
Salt them boys up. Go ahead.
7 days shalt thou prepare every day a goat for a sin offering. They shall also prepare a young bullock and a ram out of the flock without blemish.
was eating good. They were eating good, man.
God.
Was that it?
That's it for him.
Next reader. Any questions?
Shabashah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharallah.
I'm on one Izar, Shabdashah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharallah. Men of Israel, I'm Mario. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakatam.
This is Ezekiel.
La.
Yeah.
R. What verse did he end at?
25.
No.
Ezekiel chapter 43 and verse 26. 7 days shall they purge the altar and purify it, and they shall consecrate themselves. And when these days are expired, it shall be that upon the 8th day, and so forward, the priest shall make your burnt offerings upon the altar and your peace offerings, and I will accept you, saith the Most High Power. From there, we'll be going to Matthew chapter 5, verse 13 through 20.
Yeah, so you know, it's like the scriptures say: if the blood of bull and goats was supposed to be the cleansing, how much more are we supposed to cleanse our conscience? You know, how much more are we supposed to dive into the book daily and cleanse our minds? If the Most High said, look, you're going to be consecrated daily, you got to do it daily, and it was just physical shedding of blood, how much more we got to get in there and get our spirit and keep our spirit on track? You know? Where we going?
Matthew chapter 5, verse 13 through 20.
Yeah, Matthew 5. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Oh, ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 13. This is actually a red letter. This is actually Yahushai speaking. Matthew 5:13. Ye are the salt of the earth, but the salt have lost its flavor.
Read it again.
Matthew 5:13. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt have lost its flavor, wherewith shall it be salted?
Mm-hmm.
It is thenceforth good for nothing, but to be cast out and to be trodden under foot of men.
Right. So what is it that gives us our flavor? Well, read on.
Ye are the light of the world.
What is it that gives us the light? Our light. Read on.
A city that is set on an hill cannot be hid.
Yeah. What is it that gives us the light? Is let your light shine before men, so others may glorify your Father in heaven, and glorify your good works. Like, what's the light? What's the salt? What makes us different? Yeah, it's the word. It's the wisdom. That's what makes us different from the world. That's what makes us different from the nations. It should be the wisdom. But he said, if you ain't salted, then what good are you? You're made to be cast down and trodden underfoot. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I mean, you got to look at it. Just watch the news. Look at the news. Look at I keep saying I'm gonna delete this news app, but I just can't do it. I gotta know what's going on.
I turned off the alerts. I still got the app though.
Yeah, it's vicious out there. But the ones that ain't salted, they getting trodden down out there in these streets, man. The ones that don't want to, when they said they had time of repentance, but they loathe the law of the Lord, they getting trodden down. They getting crushed. They getting crushed by the pressure of the world. There's a pressure of the world. There's a pressure in the world that it's almost like, what are you being pressured into to be in? Everybody out there is just high on drugs, lackadaisical, or motivated by something carnal. So where's the pressure at? To be the next best success, the next great thing, the next millionaire, right? Pressure is killing them. They ain't got no salt. They ain't got no light. We have the light. We are the salt. We are the flavor. And, you know, think about it. Even our people without wisdom, if you just look at the world, we make the whole world rotate. We make the world twerk. We make the world put their pants backwards. We make them bounce to a beat. We make the world talk and rhyme words together in this thing you call rap, hip hop. Like, we are the flavor regardless, even in our not so comely estate, we're the flavor. How much more when we come back to our right minds will we be able to be the actual light to guide properly? You know? Go ahead.
Verse 15. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and give it light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled.
Right, so when you read how the temple was constructed in Moses' time, and then when you read about it in Ezekiel, it was the same exact thing. It was the same thing. Nothing changed. No jot, no tittle. Right? That was the book. That was law on how to construct the temple. So that didn't change. Go ahead.
Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Right, because, you know, why did he say that? Going right back to what we were talking about for those that were in class last night about the Pharisees, and, you know, when Yahushua told the rich man, sell all that you have and follow me, and he went away bitterly. When he warned the people, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees, right? They bind heavy burdens that they want men to carry, but they don't want to carry them. Do as they say, not as they do. Why? Because the Pharisees were about the exactness of appearing to do the law. But like it says, they omit the weightier matters of the law. They'll bring the cumin, they'll bring the anise, they'll bring all that stuff. But they don't know, they don't do brotherhood, sisterhood, charity, love, peace, joy. Those things are omitted. They take them out. So he said, unless your righteousness from the outward looking in, like, oh yeah, he keeps the law, look, fringes, beard, right? Prayers all in the streets. Righteous. But it said inwardly, it said what? They're full of men's bones. They were like open sepulchres, full of dead men's bones, because it wasn't about that outward. Your righteousness had to succeed the righteousness of the Pharisees outwardly, but it had to be that hidden man of the heart. That I'm doing things not to be seen of men, that hypocritical, vain glory spirit. I want to, I want brothers to praise me. No, let me just do what's right. So that's what he meant when he was going in on that. Was that it?
Con, sir. From there, we're going to go to 2nd Esdras.
Hold on, before we go there. So that's it for the reading part. We add the Apocrypha in. Was there any questions on this part of the reading? Anything online? We'll wait. Yeah. I gotta slow down. It's not like we're going too fast. I don't know. Maybe I go fast and people misunderstand what I'm saying. So I just want to make sure I slow it down a little bit. Slow it down a little bit, right? All right. So everybody's good in here on that part? Con? Okay. Let's go to, 2nd Ezra 16?
Con.
Right. So this is the last book of Ezra in the Apocrypha that we're going to read. And then obviously we're going to get into Tobit next week, which is one of my favorite books of the scriptures, Tobit. Very, very good story.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's knock out this second Ezra. More end time prophecies, right? 15, 16 go together. Kawakab is breaking down 11. Yeah, he's breaking down chapter 11. He was going over like the eagle's wings and all that stuff last night. I think they started 2 weeks ago. Then he continued it last night. So if you want to get that 2nd Ezra 11 breakdown, go to San Antonio channel on their Sabbath Friday class, and Priest Kawakab has been going through that for them. All right, so you can catch that there. We don't want to repeat the same class. I was going to have Thawam do it, but there's no need in repeating it if he's already doing it. Yeah, sound repetitive. Go ahead, bro.
2nd Ezra chapter 16 and verse 1. Woe unto thee! Woe be unto thee, Babylon and Asia! Woe be unto thee, Egypt and Syria! Gird up yourselves with the cloths of sack and hair. Bewail your children and be sorry, for your destruction is at hand. A sword is sent upon you, and who may turn it back? A fire is sent among you, and who may quench it? Plagues are sent unto you, and what is he that may drive them away? May any man drive away an hungry lion in... Forgive me, read that again. May any man drive away an hungry lion in the wood?
No. That's the answer to that question. Nope. Nope. Ain't no man driving away a hungry lion, bro. You're going to become the prey also. Go ahead.
Or may anyone quench the fire in stubble when it has begun to burn? May one turn again the arrow that is shot of a strong archer?
Nope.
You're not gonna shoot that arrow, and then when it's flying, rewind time, and it zip right back into the bow. Once it's gone, it's gone. It ain't coming back.
That's like these plagues
Con.
that he's about to go into. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Con. Like he sent these plagues out. I didn't want to jump, but yeah, they're not coming back. Just like those spirits created for vengeance. They lay on sore strokes until they appease the wrath of him who sent them. These plagues gonna keep on doing what they doing until the earth be consumed. And we gotta start fresh. That's the end game. Right. Starting fresh. Be able to breathe real air instead of polluted air. Gonna be able to eat real food instead of GMO food. Gonna know what real meat tastes like instead of steroid, pus-filled, and cancer-infested meat.
Oh God.
Man, we had this feast. Just going on the meats. You know, we was touching the meats after doing the juice fast and being vegan. You know, when we started touching these meats, man, my body couldn't take it for a week.
Yeah. Worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Sluggish, tired.
Yeah. My whole joints are locked up.
After a week, I got sick. I was like, oh, why am I sick? I'm not doing nothing. But, I took this mucus buster. This mucus buster knocked it out. Yeah, man. But, yeah, it just shows you just how bad this stuff is for us. Like, this ain't life out here. Ain't nothing but death. You inhale death daily. The plagues are all around us. There's the known plagues and there's the unknown plagues that's going to miraculously appear, just like in Egypt. But yeah, Most High sent it out. He's not going to pull them back. It's, America's been good today, so I'm going to remove the plague. Nah. He's going to turn it up. They only acting good. They ain't really good. I know what they do in secret. But read on.
Verse 8, 2 Genesis, chapter 16 and verse 8.
Long chapter.
The mighty Lord sendeth the plagues.
Who sent them?
The mighty Lord sendeth the plagues. And who is he that can drive them away? A fire shall go forth from his wrath. And who is he that may quench it? He shall cast lightnings, and who shall not fear? He shall thunder, and who shall not be afraid? The Lord shall threaten, and who shall not utterly beaten to powder at his presence. Did I read that right? Come on.
Yeah. It said the Lord shall threaten, and who shall not be utterly beaten to powder at his presence. Man, beaten to powder just at his presence. Come on, that's why when it said that Yahushua looked and the earth trembled. The look is trembling. But when I get before your presence, you will be beaten to powder. That's hard. Come on, he gonna trod the wine press. Stomp out the nations to powder. I love this chapter. Go ahead.
The earth quaketh, and the foundations thereof. The sea ariseth up with waves from the deep, and the waves of it are troubled, and the fishes thereof also before the Most High, and before the glory of his power. For strong is his right hand that bendeth the bow, his arrows that he shooteth are sharp, and shall not miss, when they begin to be shot into the ends of the world. Behold, the plagues are sent, and shall not return again, until they come upon the earth. The fire is kindled, and shall not be put out, till it consume the foundation of the earth. Like as an arrow which is shot of a mighty archer returneth not backward. Even so the plagues that shall be sent upon the earth shall not return again.
Yeah. Like in verse 15, it says, till it consumed the foundation of the earth. They talk about that economic reset. The Most High is doing his own reset. Forget the economic reset that Esau might be trying to put out there. Or we going to convert the currency into digital currency. We going to implement the mark of the beast, whatever. The Most High got his own reset plan.
That's right.
It's in the form of plagues. Plague, war, destruction. Yeah. He said, I'm going to reset the earth. The foundation. You know, if you destroy the foundation, the whole house is gone.
That's right.
You can't destroy the foundation and nothing happened to the house. He said he's tearing it all apart. We're gonna rebuild this whole earth in righteousness. Well, we're gonna start by tearing down this foundation. Everything else is rusting and corroding and moth-eaten and termites and wormwood torn down, water rot, flooded, hail destroyed it, fire burnt it, tornado has swept it away, and now we're going to chip away and break down this foundation. It's sweet. It's like a symphony. It is. You sit back, it's like, the Most High is like, dum, 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 dum. Boom, ba 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 boom, ba da 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 dum 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 dum. He's doing it across the earth, and it's beautiful, because he said it. It's like Yahushua said. He goes, I tell you these things beforehand so that when they happen, you may believe. So these things that are happening across the world that we continue to see time and time again and ramping up, amping it up, it's been said so that when we see these things and that your faith can be increased. Yeah, you know what? The Most High's word is true. The Bible is true through and through. It stands the test of time because these words were written in this book thousands of years ago. Come on now. And it's still here.
What verse we at?
Verse 17, sir.
Read. Oh, okay. Nice.
God. So, Most High doing his reset. It's beautiful. Sit back and watch. It's like cause like he had put out in the group chat talking about what's happening in Syria, and then he followed it up with stay pure. It's no time to have your mind into filth.
No time to be bored.
There's no time to be bored. There's no time to be giving yourself to the things of this world. The folly. Come on, man. You want to be faded when Yahweh Shai cracks the firmament? You're like, woo. Or it's strung out. Oh, man. What's happening there? Or high. Woo. I knew it. Nah.
Right? The Bible already said it before you asked me.
How do you want to... It's funny, like a brother had told me one time, he goes, I don't want to be caught on the toilet when your Yahweh Shai comes.
Finish that loaf. You
God.
don't be scared.
But it's like you want to be found so doing. Can I be doing something? Can I like be counseling a brother? Can I be studying? Can I be like teaching my kids something? Like, can I be found so doing? Instead of man, because it's no time. It's no time to or you wanna be venturing off into porn. You wanna be venturing off down this and that. You wanna be venturing off finding out the secret message at the bottom of the 40 ounce. There ain't no message down there. And once you get to the bottom of the 40 ounce, it ain't gonna tell you nothing. There's no secret deep wisdom at the end of it. At the end of the roach, when you smoking it, when you smoking that weed, at the end of the roach, it's not gonna unravel and have like the fortune cookies. It's not gonna unravel like a fortune cookie and give you a scripture. Thou has been enlightened. Thy awareness has been heightened. Because you high. Nah, ain't none of that happening.
This and that's my only way home, brother.
No. This and that is not the only way home.
That's my only
There's
way
many
home.
paths. you can hit the freeway and completely pass the whole stroll part.
Some cats are stronger than others.
God. Oh, you got to go to the dark side to know the light?
No. I gotta go to the bank over there sometimes.
God. Yeah, man, but the both sides all this is getting wiped away. We're going to start over from the foundation. And it's starting right now. This right here, it's been started. It's been started when brothers and sisters actually opened up the Bible and the Most High began to endow them with the Spirit. And they began to teach and learn and understand, and the mysteries of the scriptures began to be unlocked. That's when it started. And it's been going on throughout these years to reach us. And we're blessed to be able to be in these times.
That's right.
Come on. This is a once in a lifetime event.
That is right.
The things we see, it says that they wish they could see. But we read it, we hear about it. Let your faith be increased by knowing of it. Don't fall back. Don't let yourself drift off into the impurities of this world. Right. Don't let yourself slip mentally You got to keep your mind. Someone was talking about, I kind of overheard brothers talking about a fast the other night. And it says, I think it was Yumagun that said something about it. It said, when you're fasting, you got to control your mind. And that's real. When you're fasting and you're abstaining,
That's right.
you're not being driven by the food. You got to keep your mind together so that you say, okay, yeah, I have enough energy to go. I can keep moving. I can keep doing. I can keep going. But it's about your mental control. So when you're abstaining from the filth and the pollution of the world, you got to keep your mind together. Not when you start feeling a little lackadaisical, you want to chill, and then you want to fall back into this. You know what? It ain't going to hurt nothing if I just scroll through Pornhub. Nothing's going to happen. I mean, I'm not really sinning. I'm just looking at some pictures. Or, you know what? I'm going to go for a cruise. Just drive around town. I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing wrong. Find yourself just driving down Bissonnette extra slow on the outside lane.
Damn.
The outside lane.
Right.
Not the middle, not the inside.
I always be on the inside lane, though.
I'm not saying you. Hey, look, just going down it, but driving slow, and you wanna catch every little thing that you see out there.
The reason why this, just for y'all that don't know online, the school is on. What is this Bissonnette?
This is Beach
This is
Nut.
Beach Nut, but it merges into Bissonnette.
God.
And then I live on Bissonnette, but across the town a little bit.
Yeah.
So the quickest way for me to get home is like a straight shot through Bissonnette. So it just be funny, man, because on the way to class, you see the Bissonnette chicks. On the way home, you see the Bissonnette chicks. So,
oh yeah,
you know, I make sure I be in that inside lane, zooming down through a certain part, because you don't want to act like you slowing down over there. They'll run up on the.
Bro, I made a mistake. That outside lane.
It's a wrap.
It looked real thin. Mm-hmm. Like you don't see no cars until way up there, and this middle lane is all jam packed in the inside lane. So I'm like, man, you know what? I'm just gonna dip over to the outside lane.
Nope. And
then I went down a little bit, start getting on the gas, and then I hit that long line. And it's brothers and sisters online. If you don't know about it, but right there on this and that, it's like they be running specials on the weekdays. And
the line is like a block long.
Con.
And they just like the hookers just be on the corner, and cats just be slowing down and just turning and just, hey, little mama, right? And trying to get them in there, and it's sad, man.
It's horrible. It's like when In-N-Out opened up.
Yeah, it was like an In-N-Out drive-through when you drive down Bissonnette.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why we laughing about it, because that's my only way home.
God. But what?
It's not.
Again, in these times, seeing what's going on, keep your mind pure. Keep yourself pure. Don't give in. Don't give up the fight, because it's gonna happen any day now. Don't get caught in your filth, because
so true.
Your salvation is nearer than you once believed.
Con. It says in the scriptures, Revelations, let the just be just still. Let the wicked be wicked still. Wherever you get caught, you're going to stay right there. Get caught on the side of righteousness. Oh, you had your hand up, Yashkar?
No. Let's read on.
Okay.
Verse 17. Woe is me! Woe is me! Who shall deliver me in those days? The beginning of sorrows and great mournings.
Now this sounds just like what? What chapter and what chapter? What?
Matthew 24.
Right. So for all you Kemet people out there that's listening to them Kemet brothers, like you got a cat out there named Garfield talking about Ezra don't quote from the Bible, like all the Old Testament quotes from the New Testament, blah blah blah. But he picked on the book of Ezra and said it don't have no direct quotation from the other scriptures. That's exactly wrong. Because Yahweh Shai said it himself. These are the beginning of sorrows.
Yeah.
And he went through all the same things that Ezra was talking about. And what did Ezra say? Go ahead.
The beginning of famine.
Right.
And great death.
Uh-huh.
The beginning of wars. And the powers shall stand in fear. The beginning of evils. What shall I do when these evils shall come? Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are set as scourges for amendment.
That's me. But for all these things, they shall not turn from their wickedness, nor be always mindful of the scourges. Behold, victuals shall be so good, cheap upon earth, that they shall think themselves to be in good case.
Yeah, you think because you can, 4 for $4 at Wendy's. Dollar menus. Oh, it's so cheap. This shrimp, crab, and lobster is it's so cheap. I can go get a catfish dinner for $4.99. Ew. There's a reason why you get that for $4.99. They feeding you trash. You just pay $4.99 for a dumpster. Go ahead.
And even then shall evils grow upon earth, sword, famine, and great confusion. For many of them that dwell upon earth shall perish of famine, and the other that escape the hunger shall the sword destroy, and the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them. For the earth shall be wasted, and the cities shall be cast down. There shall be no man left to till the earth, and to sow it. The tree shall give fruit, and who shall gather them? The grapes shall ripen, and who shall tread them? For all places shall be desolate of men, so that one man shall desire to see another, and to hear his voice. It's like, y'all ever see that show, Last Man on Earth? It was a show. Mm-hmm. And the dude, he was just like, he woke up and everybody's gone. He's the last man in the city, and he's just doing all this wild stuff. And he's like, then after he does everything he wants to do, he gets to a point to where he just wish he could see somebody else, another human being. That's what this reminds me of. Verse 28. For a city there shall be 10 left, and 2 of the field, which shall hide themselves in the thick groves, and in the clefts of the rocks. As an orchard of olives upon every tree, there are left 3 or 4 olives. Or when a vineyard is gathered, there are left some clusters of them that diligently seek through the vineyard. Even so, in those days, there shall be 3 or 4 left by them that search their houses with the sword. Wow. And the earth shall be laid waste, and the fields thereof shall wax old, and her ways and all her paths shall grow full of thorns, because no man shall travel through her. Through. 33. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegroom. The women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine. Hear now these things, and understand them, ye servants of the Most High. Behold the word of the Most High.
receive it. Believe not the gods of whom the Most High spake. Behold, the plagues draw nigh, and are not slack. As when a woman with child in the 9th month bringeth forth her son, within 2 or 3 hours of her birth, great pains compass her womb. Which pains, when the child cometh forth, they slack not a moment. Even so shall not the plagues be slack to come upon the earth.
Right. So, you know what I mean, I haven't really been hearing too much coronavirus talk lately. Have y'all? Right? They thinking, oh, it's dying down. Yeah, I was looking at just watching like an old like quick footage of like some basketball game, and you just look at the crowds of people they have in the basketball, in the football games, and in my mind, I'm like, they'll never ever go back to that. They'll never ever be able to go back to having 30,000 people in one stadium. 100,000 people in a state. They'll never go back to that. Because as soon as they try it, what's going to happen? Oh, everything going to ramp back up. Right? What's subsiding it is their little social distancing, but really it's the Most High, like letting them cap. Like, oh yeah, social distancing is the key. Vaccines are the key. Propofol or whatever they're giving you, Pfizer, that's the key. But he's saying in here that the plagues, it's like a woman in travail. It's like a woman that's having birth contractions, right? Contraction hits, oh, then it's gone. You time it, 5 minutes. How close are the contractions? 5 minutes apart. Oh, labor time. Right? It's the same way with these plagues. They're just gone. This is going to hit, and something else is going to hit. What y'all thought? Like that freezing cold weather that swept through the U.S. wasn't a plague? That was a plague. That thing hit from Cali all the way. Listen, while we were 9 degrees, Minnesota was negative 38 degrees. Whew. Yeah. Everywhere got blasted. Somehow, except for Virginia. They were like sunny with 60s. I don't know how they did that. But the whole bottom half, I talked to, who was it, Moshe in Arkansas. He said their temperature dropped so low. They got so much snow. They got more snow than he's ever seen in his whole time living in Arkansas. They got about 1 foot, he said, of snow. I'm like, what? That was a plague that the Most High sent on the southern part of the United States. The north, they used to that. They used to that in Minnesota, negative 38, negative 30. You know, they're used to those negative temperatures up there. That's what they're built for. But for it to hit the way it hit down here, that was the Most High sending plagues. He said they're ready upon the earth. There be spirits that created for vengeance. They're ready on the earth. The plagues, they're ready on the earth. And what's going to happen is they're going to come, they're going to go. They're going to come, they're going to go. And then they're going to start coming. One after another. When, like a woman with contractions.
I feel it coming.
Yeah. After a while, them contractions do what? They get shorter and shorter apart. And then, wham! Little Billy is here, right? Right. So it's going to be the same way. All these plagues and destruction are for, it's Yahweh Shai is like that birth. Breaking through that firmament, breaking through that placenta, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking through those, forgive my medical terms, I forget. He's breaking them walls. Boom, birth canal. Boom, birth of a nation, right? It is a restart. But Esau is also doing it. It says they're the end of a world, end of a generation. Their wickedness is going to push the end. Our righteousness is going to push the beginning. But the plagues are going to be there in the midst of all of it.
Yes, sir.
Tagging whoever don't want to get on board. Right? Go ahead.
And the world shall mourn and sorrows shall come upon it.
Wait, hold on. Bakar, so Bakar is in New York. He in Yonkers. He said, if I'm not mistaken, it was the most snow we've had in 17 years. Now, I was in New York with the blizzard of 96. That was crazy. Crazy snow. Like, you couldn't even see the fence. That's how high the snow was. So, if they getting snow like they ain't seen it, and it snows in New York. I mean, it ain't like a far-fetched thing. New York gets snow. That's what they known for, that cold, that snow. So if that's the most snow they've seen in 17 years, I mean, listen, even in California, there was one, the Viejo Mountains, is that what it's called? What is the mountains? But
Sierra?
No, Sierra Valley? Yeah, it might be the Sierra Valley Mountains. Anyhow, they got 100 inches of snow. It's California.
100 inches of snow?
Yeah, between 3 storms, they got 100 inches. Yeah, they got feet and feet of snow. That was right before we got hit. There were the 3 storms that came through. Listen, them storms went all the way from Cali all the way up into Rochester. Rochester was getting rocked. Snowstorm. Every day I'm talking to Kazak. He's like, dude, it's snowing. It's snowing. It melts and it snows. And then we just got hit with the blast of the Most High's nostrils. And it was just cold. Imagine when he hit you with that hot breath.
Oh, man.
That heat wave.
Oh, man, that's what's
Yeah,
going
that's
on.
wild, bro. So, you know, these 17-year records and these world records, the coldest it's ever been and the most snow in Texas and all this crap, them records going to keep getting broke. Look at how many hurricanes hit last season. It was the most named storms ever. Right? And quickly, I'm talking about they got past English so fast they had to go into the Greek alphabet.
Yeah.
They had to go. They was all the way up to Zeta or something like that. I don't. They got there fast. What y'all think is going to happen next year? Well, guess what? Next year it might just be chill, right? It might be the least named storms because it's that time of no contraction. And then what's going to happen next year? After that, Louisiana is going to become the pinball. Bing, 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 right? Bing, 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 bing. Bro.
No pinball lands at Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the 1,000 mark. That's the million pin that you want to hit to get all the points. Bing, bing. And the Most High is going to be like, yep, Miss Texas, bah, Louisiana. Go up to Florida, nope, Louisiana, bam. Go right to Louisiana, bam. Like, it's like, dang, dude, how many hurricanes are going to hit one state? Lake Charles is just like a target.
Yep.
Hey, stop doing Mardi Gras. Stop eating crab broils and all that crap that they got going on. Stop killing people. Murder capital. You see Houston's on pace. Murder capital, man. So the Most High got to do his reckoning and send out his correction. In listen, he's correcting states. He's checking whole cities, man. Think about it. Whole cities are getting put on lockdown because you don't want to get right. I mean, the whole Bible Belt. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny as hell to me because I'm just like, man, as much Bible as y'all believe in, the people out in the world, and they couldn't stop an ice storm. They couldn't prep for that. They had no wisdom to prep for that. They couldn't keep their electricity on. As much as the Most High loves them, right? He made a lot of people freeze to death and die in their cars of inhalation, carbon monoxide poisoning, and smoke inhalation, and making dumb mistakes, lighting your grill inside the house, right, with no ventilation, and opening the oven and trying to light the pilot and blowing the house up because you didn't know how to light the gas stove, and there's a lot of that going on. We're just dying alone in the cold. So, -2, yeah, David, -2
In Dallas.
-2 degrees in Texas. I get it, it's a little bit more up north, but still. Oh, listen, y'all didn't see what I put they got on Thursday night. The Most High smacked Dallas and Fort Worth. Listen, they were getting hail.
Oh yeah. I see
Y'all
that.
know the size of a silver dollar? Yeah. They put a silver dollar in his hand and a hail ball. After it already melted halfway. And it was the size of a silver dollar.
Don't be outside.
They was out there getting trampled. I'm like, what is
Dallas?
going on? Something going on in Dallas that the Most High ain't with. Where he hitting them with hail the size of silver dollars. Half, not a quarter. You know the half. You know the dollar coin. Yeah, the big boy. That's how big this hail was in diameter. And it was just solid. And he hit Fort Worth, and he hit Dallas. But remember what just happened in Dallas 2 weeks ago? Before we got hit, what happened? 1,000-car pileup? I mean, something's happening out there where he's purging. Right? So, for the brothers and sisters up in Dallas, man, brothers got to stay on point. Them plagues are going to be sent out. Don't become a victim to the plague. You don't have to be. You better mark your doorposts.
Get that
You
blood.
better mark your brain, right? Set the mark. Set the mark in your mind. Like he said in Ezekiel. The mark of those that sigh and that cry for the abominations that are done. You got to hate this world. And you got to hate the things that's happening around you so those plagues don't touch you. That's the only way. It's the only way, man. Or they're going to be sent out. He said the plagues will be off sent out. And the Most High is going to visit the earth that he created.
Wow.
He said the fire will be all sent out. Excuse me. That fire is going to be fire, but it's going to come in the forms of other things, right? I would not meet thee as a man. So when you get in hail and you out there goofing off somewhere where you shouldn't be, and that damn hailstone hit you upside the head and knock you out. Yeah, it happens though. That thing is falling from the sky, man. That could kill people. You know, them car accidents, all that stuff, man, is happening. I've been in Wisconsin with -25. He said -2, coldest I've seen in Dallas. You got 9 degrees out here, right? Wasn't it 9, like 8, 9 degrees out here?
Yeah, it was like 9
Coldest
degrees.
I've ever felt in Texas since I've been here. I ain't been here that long to really judge it, but listen, it was cold. I felt like I was in Colorado all over again. Like, whoa, this reminded me of a midwinter Colorado day.
You had the cold with humidity.
And then you got and that's the thing, the cold with humidity and the wet rain.
Yeah.
You know, at least Colorado is cold and dry, so you don't have that wet cold on your skin. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, read on.
And the world shall mourn, and sorrow shall come upon it on every side. O my people, hear my word. Make you ready to the battle. In those evils be even as pilgrims upon the earth.
Yeah, you better move around.
That's what we was doing.
Pilgrims dance from place to place, avoiding. You better be a pilgrim to these evils. You better start moving around. He said, be prepared for the battle. Well, can you fight frost? Listen, can you fight ice? No. The ice on my rib's car, when I broke that ice off, her car was slammed shut the first night. We had to get in there to get some candles and stuff. And I'm like, trying to get the hood, and I'm pounding the hood to break the ice. And I'm like, this is some superhuman ice. And I finally was able to get a nice little, and the ice was, I thought I broke the windshield. It cracked.
Yeah.
That ice was this thick. No lie.
Yeah.
That ice on the back of her car was about an inch and a half thick. Wow. I picked it up and looked at it. I was like, this must be Sub-Zero ice. He might have been out here freezing things up because, dude, I ain't never seen ice on a car that thick. Now, mind you, I lived in Colorado. They didn't really deal with ice in Colorado. It was snow. Kansas, Kentucky, those places get hit with ice storms regularly to the point where the ice on the power lines is like this thick, and the power lines fall and the sheets of ice. I ain't never witnessed ice that thick on anything, and I put it to my finger. I was like, whoa, this ice could kill somebody. Like, it was that hard to. I couldn't lift the trunk of the car. I had to really, like. Hee ho! And I finally got it. I was like, damn, I destroyed the car. Broke the window, everything. It was the ice.
You heard the shatter.
I heard the shatter of like, ice sounds funny when it falls and it breaks different. Not like glass. But bro, I picked that thing up and I was like, dang, it's real nice and light. Mm-hmm. Right? But it was thick. Thick ice. William.
My brother-in-law, like over in Louisiana, he said they had like ice covering everything. When he was trying to get in his car, he said the handle just came off.
Yeah.
Dang, I'm glad it didn't happen to me.
Yeah. Yes. You listen. That only happens in like places where it gets negative, where the seals of the door will ice shut, and you're like, okay, well, can't warm that up. You got to pray for like auto start. Or some other way to get into the car. You gotta wait for it to kind of, or you gotta push it before you pull it. You push to kind of free up some of that ice, and then you gotta open it gently and hope you don't rip off your door handle. Mm-hmm. That's what it was on, and that's Louisiana. It's a humid tropical climate. The Gulf of Mexico froze. Think about it. But we got hit. Think about a couple months ago, Mexico, Guatemala, they got hit. Rain, mud slides, mud storms. There was a hurricane in Iowa. California, 100 inches in the damn mountains in California. 100 inches of snow in California. Wow. I think they're like the Sierra Valley Mountains or something like that. You can look it up, but it happened. It was 3 storms that brought all that weather. It's just gonna keep happening. Bakar said something about snow in Saudi Arabia. I mean, goddamn, it's the desert.
Oh God,
it's the desert, bro. Oh yeah, I did see that. They were talking about the camels were confused. They didn't know what to do. I ain't never seen snow. What do you do? It's like a Texan.
Yeah, me too.
It's like a Texan in ice. They were lost. They were like, what do we do here? Do we just spin the wheels and hope for the best, or But there's gonna be. I'm waiting for the Most High to do his next, for my next act, right?
For 2021.
Yeah, for 2021 is shaping up to be a doozy for Texas, right? But then there's other things happening. Look, they already bombed up another country. Biden didn't waste no time. He barely even got his foot into the White House and he's dropping bombs. For what? What did they say he did that for? To retaliate for something? On what? Oh, because they were shooting missiles, right?
There's a military base in that area, like a green zone.
Yeah.
Area, so that like insurgents were, the militia
insurgents. Right? Insurgents, right? Al-Qaeda.
Yeah.
Right? What's the other one?
What to the food in the refrigerator? Them insurgents
must have got that. Yeah. Like, what's an insurgent? Right. The insurgents, Al-Qaeda, what's the other one? Taliban, and what's the other one? ISIS. Right? All of a sudden they have reemerged. Coronavirus. Yeah, coronavirus got them niggas come. They ain't catching coronavirus. They back to terrorizing the world. So as soon as a Democrat gets in power, you're gonna start hearing words like Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Taliban. Those are gonna be now back in the vocabulary.
Crazy because they funding all of that.
Con. I mean, Trump blasted them. He showed them where all the money was going, right?
Yeah.
He showed where all the dough was going. He put them on blast. But the point is, don't get comfy. Don't get comfy, man. The first thing that I thought when we was going through what we was going through, pray not that your flight be in the winter.
Con.
Or on the Sabbath day. Because I'm like, if this is what it is, ugh. Don't leave with flip-flops on.
You gotta get a shirt made.
I can't carry everybody, right? Listen, when you gotta carry sisters on your back. Listen, when you gotta carry sisters on your back and kids, I can't do that all the time. I was feeling strong that day.
You had the mighty knees.
Right, but if it was right now, they'd have to walk in that cold because my knees hurt. My knee is killing me. So if that happened right now, and it was like, oh, she got to be carried? I got to be carried. The spirit was on me that day. The spirit was with my knees. You know what I'm saying? The knees were anointed with the holy oils.
Just like how it said the Holy Spirit came upon him with power.
Yeah. Spirit came on my knees, man. Sisters was lucky. Even my kids, they was lucky. Them puddles were high.
They were.
High puddles where I'm in boots.
They're like ankle deep.
Yeah, and it's coming up to the top of the boot. Brothers is in boots.
Oh, yeah,
Getting filthy, man. I wasn't tripping. I wasn't wet, but the kids and some of the women, they had to be carried from the house to the car.
God.
Today, that wouldn't have happened. Today, that would have to be a different brother. Yashikar, or this strong man right here.
I always wear boots. So.
Yeah, so anyhow, man, it ain't gonna stop is the point. Be prepared, be ready. You know, we reading this, and he's showing you, the Most High is showing you his psychology and his thoughts on how things are gonna happen. So that's what we have to follow, and that's what the psychology we got to get into is how are these things going to happen? Well, he's telling you like a woman that's about to give birth. Pain comes, pain goes, pain comes, pain goes, she pops. I'm going to let you swell all the way up. Right? What is he doing? He said he's going to let them come to their fullness. Let you swell up with your filth till they can't be contained, till that water breaks. And then boom. I think the water has already broken. I think the water has broken. We in those birth pains. You had your hand up.
Yes, sir. Just going over this, and then earlier when we were talking about the monotony and stuff. I mean, speaking on like, man, you better be found doing. Follow instructions, keep the details, because yes, the Most High is sending plagues on plagues on plagues. So do your job, so you don't get caught in them plagues. Like, dang. Like how you said it too earlier, it's like it's the safety in it, because outside it's just chaos.
Yep. Chaos and confusion. So Bakar had a question real quick. Bakar had a question. He said, question, with all the plagues, wars, and current things happening, can we say that Revelation 7:3 has been fulfilled? No. It hasn't been fulfilled because this is that ultimate destruction. This Revelation 7:3 is that ultimate destruction where it's just going to implode. We'll know that Revelation 7:3 happens when we see Christ. When we hear that voice and that trumpet and we see them angels, that's how we know Revelation 7:3 has been accomplished. Revelation 7:3 is basically it goes into the number of the 144,000 being sealed. So my mind is when the 144,000 is sealed, that's the day that Christ comes. In that very moment. There's no reason to wait. Because why wait? They're sealed, let's go. We got the 100 and we got the number, let's do it. So we'll know 7:3 is accomplished when we see when the angels are here reaping destruction on this earth. But this is going into that ultimate destruction. Remember, it says after these I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth. And the wind shall not blow on the earth, nor in the sea, or in any tree. The wind is the destruction. The destruction is blowing on the earth, but not to the level that it's going to be on. You see that? It's happening. I mean, look at all the tsunamis and hurricanes. Again, our hurricane season, what was it, 30 named storms? Something like that? Look at the destruction that is happening on the earth. It is happening, and it's coming from all four winds. It's coming, right? The hurricanes is coming over. The tsunamis is happening. The earthquakes are happening. It's all happening, but not on the level. Not on the level that when I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living power, and he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, until I heard the number. Once that number, then they're going to unleash total destruction on this place. Wow. And we've been through it. Remember, it's going to be war along with natural disaster going on, along with angels, along with Yahweh Shai, his fire, nuclear fire. Like, there's going to be so much happening. You ain't gonna know where to turn. You're gonna be running from. You're gonna think you're running from an angel, run into a man that's trying to kill you. Trying to run from a man and an angel, you're gonna run into a pit, earthquake. Earth done swallowed you. That's why it says our deliverance is going to be greater than Egypt. They didn't have to deal with those things in Egypt. They just have to run from people. We're gonna be running from man, wars, running from. There's gonna be angels. There's gonna be chariots. There's gonna be fire upon fire and destruction and natural disaster. When a man flee, right? What does it say? Is that if a man flee from a lion and ran into a bear? Showing you there's nowhere safe. So
lean against the wall, bit by
lean against the wall, thinking like, oh, some relaxed snake, right? So no, 7 and 3 hasn't been fulfilled yet. We're getting close. We're getting close. Remember, your salvation is nearer than you once believed. It's close, man. Yeah. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra, chapter 16, and verse 41. He that selleth, let him be as he that fleeth away. Mm-hmm. And he that buyeth, as one that will lose. He that occupieth merchandise, as he that had no profit by it. And he that buildeth, as he that shall not dwell therein. He that soweth, as if he should not reap. So also he that planteth the vineyard, as he that shall not gather the grapes. They that marry, as they that shall get no children. And they that marry not, as the widower. And therefore they that labor in vain. For strangers shall reap their fruits, and spoil their goods, overthrow their houses, and take their children captive. For in captivity and famine shall they get children. And they that occupy their merchandise with robbery, the more they deck their cities, their houses, and their possessions, and their own persons, the more I will be angry with them for their sin, saith the Most High.
Right. Yeah. So that means it's going to get worse. Then it should be scared. Yeah, it's definitely going to get worse. Remember that class that we went over, Are You Ready to Be Saved? And we talked about how much worse it was going to get. Mm-hmm. When they start really persecuting Israelites for teaching the word. Yep. When they start running up in your house and stealing your goods because you're an Israelite. When they start persecuting you for your nationality. All over again like they once did back in 70 AD with all the captivities, right? Egypt. It's going to happen again. That's not even happening. You said you have not suffered unto blood striving against sin. Like, no one's dying to go teach the word because they're teaching the word. Nobody's getting locked up. Only ones getting locked up for teaching the Bible are the idiots that don't know how to agree with their adversary quickly. That's it. If you ended up in jail for teaching the Bible in this day and age, you're tripping. You didn't follow the Bible where it said agree with thy adversary quickly whilst thou art in the way. When he said, hey, move down the block, you could teach, but move down the block, and you were like, nah, we want to stand right here. This is my God-given right. Well, you got no rights here. You should have just moved down the block. Ain't nobody getting persecuted for teaching the Bible. They ain't running up in schools. The only school they running up in is the niggas that's doing money embezzling. Money fraud, right?
God.
The comforter. The only ones they running up on is the ones that's doing something wrong. They're not just running up in here like, hey, shut down that Sabbath class. Right? They putting tickets on all the car windows and you're in violation of code such and such and such and such. Hell no, they could care less, truthfully. But when they start caring, that's going to ramp up. And what we going to do? When they start making you be like Judas Maccabeus right? Eat pork or die, or act like you eating pork and die to sway the people, or the woman with the 7 sons. When they start doing that to our people, yeah, you're gonna see it's gonna get worse.
I'm the one that sent me something, and they were talking about the they're having the council, and they're talking about the what do you call when the terrorists? Domestic terrorism. And they had said the black Hebrew Israelite. They had listed us. They had listed black Hebrew Israelites a part of domestic terrorism.
Yeah, I remember that, but they're not pursuing that because they see that we're not violent. We're not on the whole, like, they don't see us carrying guns like Black Panthers. They don't see us walking around like the KKK. Like, they don't see us like, what's old boy that look like T.I.? The gun guy, the NRG, the not effing around crew. They don't see us moving around like them monkeys. So they see us on the corners just teaching the Bible, yelling at people that ain't even listening. That's what they're like. Oh, everybody's even listening. They're arguing amongst themselves, right? That's how they look at it. They ain't sending no FBI to infiltrate Israel. They just go in there with a bag and say, "Who want the bag?" They go to the leader. You want this money? Shut up. Or teach this, or don't teach that. Teach that white people can be saved. Right?
Oh, we might get another thumbs down.
Give it to us. Give it to me, baby. Just give it to me, baby. Right? So the point is, yeah, it's gonna get a little bit more. It's gonna get a little harder. You're gonna be persecuted a little bit more through time. That's gonna ramp up. Where you're gonna be walking around with fringes, and it's not gonna be, "Hey, shalom, brother." It's gonna be some other slang from some other people. You gonna walk into a certain establishment with your Yahweh shirt on, menorah. They're gonna be like, get that up out of here.
Yep.
Not welcome, right? Not welcome. That's gonna start happening. What are we gonna do? I'll read on. Verse 49, 2 Ezra 16:49. Like as a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman, so shall the righteous hate iniquity. When she decketh herself, and shall accuss her to her face. When he cometh, that shall defend him that diligently searcheth out every sin upon earth. Therefore be ye not like thereunto, nor to the works thereof. For yet a little, and iniquity shall be taken away out of the earth, and righteousness shall reign among you. Let not the sinner say that he hath not sinned, for God shall burn coals of fire upon his head. Which saith before the Lord power and his glory, I have not sinned. Behold, the Lord knoweth all the works of man, their imagination, their thoughts, and their hearts. Another good one. To go right with Jeremiah 17 and 9, right with Ecclesiastes 3, right? Another good one, another good precept. Which spake but the word, let the earth be made, and it was made. Let the heaven be made, and it was created. In his word were the stars made, and he soweth, and he knoweth the number of them. He searcheth the deep, and the treasures thereof. He hath measured the sea, and what it containeth. Whew. Whew. These are my favorite types of little readings. Going in. He hath shut the sea in the midst of the waters. Damn. He had shut the sea in the midst of the waters. Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And with his word hath he hanged the earth upon the waters. He spreaded out the heavens like a vault. Upon the waters hath he founded it. In the desert hath he made springs of water. Think about that. There's springs of water in the desert. Well, which deserts? 'Cause all the deserts I've ever been taught about was dry, right? Mm-hmm. There's water up under there, ready. And pools upon the tops of the mountains. that the floods might pour down from the high rocks to water the earth. He made man and put his heart in the midst of his body, and gave him breath, life, and understanding. Yea, and the Spirit of the Almighty, which made all things, and searcheth out all hidden things in the secrets of the earth. Surely he knoweth your inventions and what you think in your hearts, even them that sin and would hide their sin. Therefore hath the Lord exactly searched out all your works, and he will put you to shame. And when your sins are brought forth, ye shall be ashamed before men, and your own sins shall be your accusers in that day. Right? That day of judgment, when the books are open. The books of life and the books, right? And your own things that you did is going to be the things that accuse you. Satan is just the prosecutor. He's the prosecutor. Yahushua is the defense attorney. You're the defendant. What will you do, or how will you hide your sins before God and his angel before you today? Before the Most High and the angels, that's in Timothy's. Because they're always watching. Behold, the Most High himself is judge. Fear him. Leave off from your sins and forget your iniquities, and meddle no more with them forever. So shall the Most High lead you forth and deliver you from all trouble. For behold, the burning of wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you, and they shall take away certain of you and feed you, being idle, with things offered unto idols. See that? You see that? I'll read it again. For behold, the burning wrath of a great multitude is kindled over you, and they shall take away certain of you and feed you, being idle, with things offered unto idols. They did that already in Maccabees. They did that already, 70 AD. They're going to try to do it again. They're going to try to do it again. Every place and in the next cities, a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. See that? They shall be like mad men, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and shall be tried as gold in the fire. So is it going to get worse? Well, here it is. Hear, O ye my beloved, saith the Lord. Behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for the Most High is your guide, and a guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith the Lord power. Let not your sins weigh you down. Let not your iniquities lift up themselves. Hebrews 12:1. For we are compassed about by such great cloud of witnesses. Right? The cloud of witnesses, the angels. Right? Behold, I come with the clouds. The cloud of witnesses, the angels. He said, let us lay apart every sin, every weight in the sin that so easily beset us. It's saying the same thing here. It said, don't let that sin weigh you down. A just man fall 7 times, a just man fall 7 times, a wicked man fall into mischief. Why? He's weighed down. A just man is able to let go of those sins and rise back up, not let them weigh him down. Y'all see this? Woe, verse 77, woe be unto them that are bound with their sins. You see that? A wicked man fall into mischief. Why? Bound down. He's tied down. It's like he got cement shoes. His sins are cement shoes, and you just in that ocean drowning. But a righteous man, a just man that's able to rise up, he's not letting those things, those mistakes weigh him down, because that's what they are. Woe be to them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities. Like as a field is covered with bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may travel through. It is left undressed, and is cast into the fire to be consumed therewith. You know what was cold? You know what's cool about that? The path thereof covered with thorns, and no man may travel through. If you're a field that no one can walk through, that means that you're just a person that can't be corrected. You're a person that can't be guided and shown anything. He said, woe to you.
Wow.
Woe to you, because no one can walk through and say, okay, here, tidy that up, clean that up, fix that up, do this, do that, so you can look like a field again. You're just made to be burned. Damn. Yay!
I didn't see that scripture like that.
Yeah.
Con.
Mm-hmm. That's how I saw it.
No, that's dope.
God, that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it applied to.
You read what it applied to.
Any questions on that? That was it. Any questions on Ezra's? Oh, of course.
But it's still going.
Two. Yep. Ecclesiastes 14:2. Blessed is he that whose conscience has not condemned him, and who has not fallen from his hope in the Lord. That goes right with St. John 3:17 down. The light was sent not to condemn, but to save. Right? So, yeah, man. Day 2 of Purim in VA, we went to IHOP. We had our camp jackets, and this Edomite woman was explaining to her friends who we are. Yeah. Everywhere I go now, people are like, oh, shalom. Oh, even white people, shalom. Shalom. Right? They're looking like Donald Trump. Shalom. Right. So, yeah, you know, they're knowing who we are. And they're marking who you are for that time when it's time to run up on you, disrespect you, fight you, get you out of the spirit. They're marking you. Oh, those are the guys that dress funny and wear those garments and have things hanging from their pants and, you know. Sis.
It's also in your speech. I ride the bus, special needs bus with kids, and, you know, I talk amongst some of the women on there, and not knowing too much about them, but one day we were talking, and one of the ladies that I was talking to, she was like, because I said something, I don't know what I said, but she was saying something too, we just kind of looked at each other, she said, are you Israelite?
Right, right.
It was like, God, and it was like the other people on there didn't really understand it, because it was kind of like we were feeding on what we were kind of saying.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, each day, like you just said, the mundane things, you're thinking that you're really maybe not making that much of a difference just by the way you carry yourself and the things that you even say. You may not be able to wear the attire, but if you're wearing the spirit, or you know, you're still walking the walk and trying to walk circumspectly. So, you know, just going to work every day, and if somebody says something about COVID, you know, you're like, oh, this and that, or about the food, you know, you say something that's scripture or whatever.
Right,
and,
right.
You know, you kind of pick up on those little things, and it was one thing I forgot what it was, and we were both kind of like,
y'all connected. I love it. Yeah, like, wait a minute, that's what Israelites say.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it was kind of like, you know, wait a minute. And so we were like, God, so, you know, I did invite her to the class or whatever.
Nice.
And hopefully she'll come, but she's very, very receptive to the word and things like that. And I think I had my apocrypha in my bag or whatever one day, and she saw it, and she was asking me questions about it. But again, you know, when you think that you're really not making that much of a difference, just trying on a daily basis, like you were saying, to examine yourself, you know, how can I be better every single moment, or how can I, you know, be different or set apart? And you think that you're really not doing anything, but people are always watching and they're always listening. And most of all, the Most High is, He's going to always put you in those positions so that whatever it is that you're getting, whatever it is that you're learning, you're going to have to give it out, you're going to have to use it, and know that, that's what this was all for.
Yep.
But this moment.
Thou speakest as a wise woman. God. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. That was, yeah. I mean, you know, we think that we're not making an impact, but if it says we're the salt of the earth, we impact everything that we get into, because just because of the weight that we bear, knowing the wisdom, having the wisdom, it's going to make an impact, right? Where it says the things that are impossible with man are possible with the Most High, right? So whatever we get into, it's possible. right? Because the Most High is backing it. If He wants it to happen, then it's going to happen. You know, so yeah, that was yep. Got to be careful. It goes right back to that Hebrews 12:1. You know, y'all can write that down. But that Hebrews 12:1 is, you know, that great cloud of witness. It's not just the angels, it's people. They watch, they listen. They're listening for conversation. They're listening to see how you move, how you respond. They're watching how you move and how you respond. Body language, all those things are key. Perfectly said. With that, any questions off of the reading, off the topic? You got anything? I'll wait for them online. While I wait for them, I'll reiterate about Passover. Remember, that's swiftly approaching. Today is the 27th. Tomorrow's the last day of the month. We need brothers and sisters to start trying to get your money in for your garments. You know, you could send it in payments, but we need to start getting that money up. They're trying to order things. We only got a month, man. We only got a month for the sisters to knock these garments out. They got to do about 30-something garments. So we need y'all's help. Get your money in for that. By the very least, get your sizes and stuff in so they can order the pants and the shirts. Fringing some shirts and throwing on the decals, that's part of it, so that can start. What else? As y'all know, San Antonio is going to handle the location. We're going to handle the lamb. We need a little help getting that up. I've already gotten, I said it earlier, I'm just repeating myself. I got up about 700 so far, which is definitely appreciated. That was just a few brothers. You know, we're asking for 150 a family. If you can't do it, fine. We understand. Whatever you can give. We know you still got to do travel. We know some of you still got to do travel, garment, and you know, and some other expenses. So, you know, just keep the school in mind. I know some of y'all got taxes to do and things like that. Just keep us in mind. Whatever you can give. Towards the lamb, towards whatever alms, whatever you do give, please let us know what it is for, so we can put it towards that. It's about 12 lambs we're looking at so far with the head count of about 200. We want to make sure we have a little extra for those that just pop up. You know how Israel do it. They ain't gonna RSVP, but they're gonna show up. So we want to make sure that they can partake also. All right. So. Yeah, lamb. It's all about Passover right now. This is the time. All right, so it's gonna be, you know, the sisters. I had a good talk with the head of our garment department here in Houston. Right, we had a good motivational talk, and it's gonna be a grind. Sisters grind it out every year, but they got a month this time. So we're gonna need all the sisters.
No mistakes. No time for mistakes.
No, what it is no, because mistakes are gonna happen. There's no time for slothful spirit, that rebellious spirit, that lackadaisical spirit.
Yeah.
Mistakes can be forgiven, but you gotta make sure you're coming in the right mind. Sisters ain't got time. There's no time for being lazy as hell. There's no time for not caring about the next. This is going to show sisters, man, how much you care about the next sister. How much work you willing to pile on her plate because you want to get out of the work. That's what this is going. I love this time because the sisters be under the pressure cooker. They be doing garments the day of. Babe, stop. Let me put this button on. Right, the day of. They're like. Right, like with the garment on him,
all the way to the end.
all the way till he's walking into Passover. Like, let me sew on this belt buckle. Am I lying? Con. Up until we walk in, it's like, oh wait, hold on, I got your studs. Big bit. They're like knocking studs on while he's got the garment on. Right? It's a crunch.
Cracking ribs in the
process.
process.
Busting the cat's rib, busting the stud through his skin, everything. Right? But the point is, the reason why they're able to accomplish it every year, and And sisters, don't lose their minds as you know, as busy as it gets, and as you know, it can be chaotic. It can be, but we don't allow it to get chaotic. Sisters gotta communicate. Sisters gotta show up on time, not ready, set, go, not on your mark. 3, 2, 1, ready, set, go, and then you're already 3 hours in garments and they even put a stitch on. No, you gotta go get there in the mode of, as soon as I get there, boom, 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 ready to go, boom, boom, boom. You know, it's gonna show where your mind is. How focused can you be? Understanding the time that we got. You don't got a lot of time, sisters. So, Kaya Khan, those garments look beautiful every time. They're amazing. Yeah, they do. But if you see the hard work it takes to knock those garments out, sisters be grinding, and they got to work in garments every single day. They got to be there for hours. So, you know, and obviously us brothers got to do our part with the kids, and you know, keep those distractions away from them, keep their mind right, keep them motivated, help alleviate some of the burden with some of the household things. You know, little things like us cleaning up the school. You know, especially with this time crunch, they ain't got time to do that. We got to do that. The school, making sure the sanctuary is clean, making sure the school is clean. That's not a problem. You know, brothers should be on that anyway. That was soldier duty 101 anyway. You know, but we got to do it the more because they're not going to have time to do that. They're not going to be in class when garments start. They're going to be there doing garments. So, you know, we got to all do our part, and it's going to be amazing. We all make it amazing. They do the and we move the distractions and put things in play for them to be able to be successful. So just my warning, you know, sisters in Houston, sisters in VA that are doing these garments, mistakes are going to happen. But mistakes on top of rebelliousness, on top of disgruntledness, on top of I don't want to be here, on top of this, on top of that, that's where the mistakes are detrimental. So don't let your husband show up to no damn Passover half butt naked, half garment made. Right, he got jeans on with just a tunic. Like, nah,
zigzags.
Right
on the stitch.
It's gonna show. Your spirit is gonna show forth in the garments. So, please, brothers, get your sizes in. Please get your money in. Again, they can take payments. They're doing that. We understand what's going on with the money, and some brothers ain't working, and you know it's just the times we in. But it's a sacrifice on all ends. All right, so looks like there's no questions. Oh, you do have a question? Okay.
On Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 8.
Yeah, read it.
Well, verse 1. I mean, the whole chapter, really. If I could get just like,
okay,
your breakdown. Because it's a powerful chapter, like, for the most part, it's understandable.
Right.
I get it. The of his face shall be changed.
Right. It's just like how the wisdom that he was being hit with. The question, who is a wise man? And who knoweth the interpretation of a thing? Well, you'll know by a man's countenance. That's what I'm telling you. Wisdom. Why? You could throw...